Hi, Mike. It's nice to meet you. I'm Ethan.
Hey,
Hi.
Ethan, good to meet you. What's going on, everybody? And hey, everybody, what's up? Welcome. What?
He's introduced himself 3 times while you were muted.
Oh, yeah, no, that wasn't going to
No,
happen.
it's funny too because it's legit. He's
Yeah,
literally
it's legit.
never met you before.
That's actually a lie. We crossed paths at Indie PopCon briefly.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He
That's
just didn't remember you.
No, that's fine. It was super quick because I was with Jesse and Alex who were doing Chilluminati stuff, and we just had quickly paths while we were doing different signings.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. But hello, welcome to the show officially. People, this has been in the works for a few weeks now. This is your first time playing any tabletop RPG, correct?
Pretty much, yeah. I played one like super short campaign like a year and a half ago, but other than that, this is my first
This
time.
is as far into the deep end as you can be thrown.
Yeah, it's interesting that Pathfinder Dark Sun was the first choice, but honestly, once you get the grasp of it, I think you're gonna love it.
Cool. I'm
Yeah.
super pumped. Thank you guys for having me.
Thanks for joining us.
Welcome. So how much do you know about the story and where we're at and where you're at?
Yeah, I have no idea how much you know.
I know nothing. That's not true. I know a little bit, but I know nothing.
That's fair. It's been interesting trying to get all of this set up because of all of our travels, and then like we've not been super consistent with our Lost Initiative streams the last few weeks anyway, because I've been traveling, Pat was traveling, Mike was traveling, and
Yeah.
everybody had some stuff come up a couple weeks before that. So it's been challenging to get all this together, but we're happy to have you here, buddy.
Yeah,
I
I'm
saw you in
excited.
person yesterday.
That's right. I did see you in person yesterday.
Yeah.
And then I cried this morning because I said, "Oh, I can't see Wade in person today."
Did you actually?
No.
I mean, that's
Okay.
I mean, I was a little sad.
The day
That is
somebody
kind of sad.
No.
the day somebody cries because they can't see Wade is the day the world ends.
My
Aw.
wife.
No.
Well, I guess fuck the world. It's over. Cheers. I got my last hurrah from Starbucks. What's my name, by the way? I'm Gersterbergkump.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
Oh, never mind. That's what I ordered. A grande strawberry. I thought that was my name. It's like, oh, Gersterbergkump.
Yeah,
Perfect.
control, sir. Well, usually it's at this point we're just gonna kind of hurl you into the deep end of the pool, and we're gonna hand off to Scott. I'm sure Scott has something to open up with anyway, as far as how we're gonna work you in. So, Scott, take it away, sir.
So last session, as you guys know, you were tasked with coming here to clean out the mines. You thought it was going to be a pretty easy job, and so you went down into the mines trying to get it done. You had bumped into this big darkened creature that you believe was actually made out of seemingly animate obsidian, and after a while of fighting with it, came to realize it looks like a minotaur. It was a little bit of a tough fight, nothing too ridiculous, but eventually you're able to shatter the creature, grabbed up a bit of the stone, and then head back to the overhead to speak to like the mayor or whatever of this town. She was like, "Yeah, no, you didn't do that easy. It's not that easy." And you're like, "Yeah, it is." So you're like, "All right, fine. We'll stick around for a day and see if you're right." And the next day, you realize she was right, you were wrong. It definitely was not done yet, so you guys decided to delve back into the mines again. This time down there, you didn't encounter something that was simply destroyed as a ginormous minotaur made out of stone, made out of obsidian. Instead, you encountered a whole bunch of small buzzing creatures, almost like wasps or whatever they were, that swarmed you. For the first time ever, Mortifer was actually brought to the brink of death. Mortifer was chased away by a swarm of buzzing obsidian shards that were just flying around and stabbing and cutting at him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Expended all of his sonic powers, did everything he could, and he was just too big to run away quick enough to be able to get to safety. You guys fled all the way through the tunnels, all the way back up to that larger room that had the 3 tunnels branching off of it, and then the 4th one directly heading out of the cave. The one that Mortifer knew there was no way he was going to be able to get out of quickly, because he literally had to pull himself on hands and knees to get through that area. It was too big for his booty. So as you guys were approaching that area, you luckily had met up with another figure that was standing there. Not an imposing one, because the figure standing before you was actually rather small. It was a halfling standing there. I was watching as you guys came out, and seeing what was happening, drew a single arrow, knocked it, drew it back, inhaled, focused for a second, and then released the arrow. As the arrow released, it soared through the air, seeming to build incredible amounts of kinetic energy as it went. Also, more like sound, whirring, louder and louder as it went. As soon as it connected with the first flying, buzzing thing it could, maybe a third of the way into the swarm itself, there was this massive explosion that happened that shattered all or almost all of the little obsidian creatures that were left behind. They just completely blew apart into pieces. A little bit more damage being done to Mortimer himself as he was caught in a bit of a blast. But the thing just took out the creature that was surrounding you. All that was left behind were a couple of buzzing ones that Mortimer imagined took out his frustrations on, whether stomping on him with his barely sandaled foot, or smashing him with his huge hammer, or punching him against the wall and taking the cut into his knuckles as he did so. Mortimer was able to Hulk smash and destroy the rest of them as they were as they kind of like fell apart into not so much of a swarm, but a couple of buzzing pests. After like another, like say 20 seconds or so of Mortimer doing his smashing and a little out of breath, having run this whole while and honestly just getting the crap kicked out of him, Jack kind of slunk to the side and took a moment to take in the sights of the person that he saw standing there. Jack is rather unassuming, you have to understand, Ethan. Jack is very unassuming. As a matter of fact, when you see him, it's not that you forget that he was there. It's almost immediately, you don't really care that he's there. He's not impressive. He's not, it's like watching a random peasant walking down the streets. Your attention is more focused on the swarm that you just destroyed and the big hulking beast of a man that's smashing everything from the remnants of it. Jack, and that meanwhile, you're kind of taking in the sights of who it was that just did this feat that you and Mortimer, for the first time ever, couldn't do yourselves. Could you describe yourself to us, Ethan?
Hey, I'm Pudge.
I love it already. What does your character look like?
So, as we said, he's a halfling. He's very, very, very small. He's a super small little creature. He's about 3'3". So wait, how tall is your character again?
11
like
foot
13. You know, like 11, 9. Cool.
So like four of Pudge.
Yeah. So you're like almost 10 feet taller than I am, but whatever. So Pudge is he's a tiny little creature, and his name sort of gives off his whole appearance. He's short and he's wide, and he's quick when he needs to be, and he's out of sight when he needs to be. He can, sneak around because of his small size. Can I give him long hair?
What's up
Good.
to you?
Cool. His hair, long, blonde locks, as long as his body, 3'3" in length. Exactly.
You
Jesus.
honestly,
Like loose or like dreadlocks?
No, loose. He combs it every day. That's the one thing that Pudge cares about.
so it's like a thick
His
mane.
golden locks. Oh, it's thick.
Oh, you're
It's
blonde.
really thick. Yeah, and he's blonde. He's got long
As
blonde
am
hair
I.
that runs
I
the
cannot
length of his
wait.
body.
If Pudge decides to travel with us, I can't wait till our next trip back to a city we've been to, because you're gonna love it.
Well, my favorite part is that Dark Sun very much has like the 80s rock band vibe to it. Like it's very much like inspired by like Kiss and shit like that, like lots of like metal.
I mean,
from the
freaking
80s. So you're talking like a huge blown back mane of like blonde hair. I'm just thinking like some crazy rock star freaking character.
and you're a
absolutely.
halfling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrifying because halflings are cannibals in this world. So
Yeah.
that's horrifying.
Also, Mike, happy birthday! I didn't know it was your birthday.
Thank you. It's not a big deal.
Happy birthday!
Oh, no,
Thank
no, believe me, my birthday on stream was a big
Yeah,
deal.
because Scott loves to torture you.
I hope yours is too, buddy.
Thank you.
I hope you have a great birthday
I'm
today.
very old.
Did bad things happen to you? Wade?
Yes. Scott tried to whore me out after trying to whore me out 2 days in a row.
Well, you whore yourself out and you reap the consequences of such actions.
Whoa. See, one time on a Star... That's neither here nor there. Birthday. And today is all about you, I hope.
Thank you. Jack seeing this short, this halfling, the last halfling encounter he had did not go so well. So he's going to keep quiet and knowing that Mortimer is right there, rely on Mortifer's strong personality to take care of the situation should things go awry.
One thing I do want to point out, your armor, just because this is a thing, the armor that you're wearing, Ethan, is it currently fitted or normal?
Ooh, I want the fitted one.
Okay, so his armor, he doesn't, like I said, he's a halfling, like he just said to you. He's clearly a halfling. One of the things that you notice underneath the style of clothing that he's wearing is that he doesn't seem to have typical flesh like a halfling does. It actually seems like his body is covered in chitin. It actually seems like he's clearly a halfling. You can see his facial features, his whole face, and everything is clearly a halfling. But every part of his body is completely covered in chitin. But the chitin is not like chitin is usually rather bulky and like blocks, like kind of tied together with a leather backing to it and whatnot. It's it's armor sewn together. But no, it literally looks like his skin is made out of chitin. It's probably the most defines the most quality tattooing you've ever seen in your life. You've never seen tattooing of this degree where it literally looks like his entire body is made out of shells. It's incredible. And clearly it isn't. Like, he's clearly not wearing armor, because like as he moves his arm, it bends perfectly with him. The contouring is perfect. It's just absolutely incredible. So go ahead, Mike, you were saying?
No, I was saying I think Jack would remain unassuming and just kind of just wait to, because again, the last time, his only other experience with any halfling he had was him talking to me like he was Hannibal Lecter and I was his next meal. So I'll let that go and I'll see what Mortifer does.
Awesome. As Mortifer finishes, sorry,
smashing the remains of the dead bugs with his hammer on the ground. He's pissed. He has fought and killed some pretty great things in his day.
Should probably describe ourselves for the halfling.
Oh yeah,
so what do you look like right now?
So we just fought. Mortifer is an 11'9" half giant. To those of you that are new to the stream, if anyone's new today, Mortifer is an 11'9" half giant. Bearded, typically has long hair, but right now, Scott, what did our haircut have to be? I don't even remember. What was our crappy
Did you never fix that afterward?
I don't know that I.
It would be a bowl cut. It's a bowl.
He can't regrow it.
It was a bowl cut.
I mean, it's slowly regrowing, but yeah,
perfectly squared off, like bowl cut with your beard has to be perfectly squared off, and yeah, it looks good, man.
Yeah, I look like a boarding school Ringo right now, but that's not what I want to look like. But right now he's beat to shit. I think I was down to 9 hit points out of my max. So Mortifer was on the brink of death to a bunch of little insects. So not only is he smashing the remains, but he is livid that someone else came in and like one-shot it whenever he couldn't do anything against them. So right now he's smashing these things, and you can tell he's just raging and taking it out on these things instead of you. Because he's smart enough to know that if he tries to pick another fight right now, if you spat on him, he'd probably fall over.
Jack, other than being an unassuming human, he actually looks rather young, probably early 20s. His hair is actually white, and he wears glasses. And the clothing he wears kind of would at least insinuate that he's maybe educated in some way. He doesn't look like a ragtag like Mortifer does, like a ragtag survivor from the desert. He looks like he's at least lived in the city his whole life. And he's got blue eyes. Other than that, he's got a book that dangles by his side and a dagger on his hilt, and nothing more.
Okay, so one of the things that Pudge, as you were coming into the city, is that there was a bounty. So your character is not from here, obviously, coming from the deep forests, being a halfling Athos, but you have your own reasons to have left that forested area. You have your own reasons to be traveling abroad and getting into the minglings of the other folk, because halflings are the most important race on Athos. But for whatever reason, you chose to join in with them. You had heard from somebody that was trying to hire peoples for a job, clear out the mines, fame and wealth, so on and so forth. You probably don't care too much about fame, but you definitely about that money. So you decided to come here for the job itself. And arriving in the city, you found the none so pleasant mayor of the city, who informed you that there are already people on the job. So you've heard stories of other people that have already tried to come into the caves, into the mines themselves. I've very quickly heard stories, but have been unsuccessful thus far. But then there's this duo that happens to be in there and seems to at least be holding up well enough. You didn't know much of them other than one was really big and one was There were two. There's the really big one and the well, there were two of them. You know what I mean? And as you come in here, obviously you're encountering them as they stand, as they're before you. Wade, obviously you finishing doing your smashing and whatnot, and then you turn to regard this diminutive form in front of you.
Mortifer could have killed the puny insects. He did not need help.
I don't know about that guy. I just, I came in here, I saw you slamming around, and it really looked like you were getting the shit kicked out of you. So I said, hey, maybe I'll help him out. I don't know. So that's what I did. I dropped my bow, and then I hit some stuff for you.
Kicked out of him. Mortifer kills everything.
I don't know about that guy. I just don't know about it. You just didn't look like you were in great shape. You bumped, you're bruised. You've got scabs all over your body. You're bleeding from your head, your ears. You look like you're in tough shape. So I said, hey, maybe I'll help him out. Pudge always helps out a friend, and I thought maybe you could be a friend. I don't know.
You hear when you say that, you kind of like trail off for just for a minute. Jack will pipe up and be like, "You hear that, Mortifer?" And I kind of place my hand just gently on your shoulder, Pudge, as I stand next to you.
I didn't even know you were here.
He wants to be our friend, and he is right. And I walk back over to you, Mortifer, and kind of pass Pudge. You look like hell, man. We should probably get out of here.
You're right, Jack.
Here, and I'll reach in and I'll pull a vial out of my jacket and hand it. Take a drink. It'll help at least for a little while.
What will I look like after this one?
Nothing. You'll look like yourself.
Mortifer prefers that.
It'll be a cure light wounds potion when you pop it.
He'll take us. He'll definitely drink it.
That was one of the cure light. What does he roll for cure light wounds? Because Scott, this was one of the ones that we had looted off somebody. So I don't know what level it was.
Cure light wounds. I think we're doing 1d8 plus 3 for light wounds.
All right, there you go. So heal yourself 1d8 plus 3, pal.
Wade, did you see the link
6.
I posted for you in Twitch?
Where did you send it to me?
Twitch chat.
Oh, Twitch chat. I see.
Yeah.
He tagged you. When we turn and we'll like walk by you, Jack regards you, Pudge, and he just kind of nods. Says like, "Good to meet you." Pudge, was it?
Yeah, it's Pudge.
What is this? Are you a fan of the Amish?
Oh, it's your haircut, man.
Oh, that's what I look like now. No.
Oh, is this what Wade looks like?
Yeah, this is what Wade
My
looks like
haircut,
right now.
We came from a place that will ruin your hairdo.
Yeah, basically, that's all the haircuts.
It's actually you're allowed. Oh, what is it? Day of Grace, and so he was allowed to have his normal hair the first day, but then, oh man, he chopped it off and.
Did you have long hair?
Me?
Wade?
So it had gotten long. Whenever we first met Mortifer 3 seasons ago, he was in a gladiator arena. His hair was kind of like Thor in the last Thor movie. Whenever he got it cut short and whatever, so his hair was kind of that length, and over time it's kind of gotten bushy. Now I guess it looks like Abraham Lincoln over there. His beard though, he generally doesn't. It's shaggy, but it's not. It's not. Do you know who Elohim is? It's not Elohim beard. It's somewhere longer than mine, but not crazy.
All right.
Before we end up leaving the cave, continuing the conversation, I think Jack just says to Pudge, "What are you doing? Did you just hear us yelling for help? What brought you in?"
I'm just coming to complete the job, and I heard some grunts from the big man over there, and I said, hey, somebody sounds like they're in trouble. Maybe I can go in and increase my chances of getting that coin and beefing up my 401k. But, that's what it's all about for me. I want to make sure that I'm set for the future. I'm starting to get old.
When Mortifer grunts, it's because his enemies need help.
They offered you 401,000 copper pieces or ceramic plates.
Oh no! They offered me the normal amount of money, but I'm putting it away for my future. I want to make sure that I can relax when I get older and I can't go off and fight no more. I want to make sure I have a nice future for myself, and maybe if Pudge, finds a suitable bride, maybe I can take her along with. It's all about the future for Pudge.
Mortifer's bride is combat itself.
Right. Well, I like you thinking about the future and the here and now, and you're here for the bounty, and it doesn't look like, well, you might not have much trouble with this place, but there are creatures in there beyond the...
That you would need mortifer for.
It's true. There are gigantic minotaurs made of obsidian in there. How about, instead of going alone, you come back out with us, we'll rest, and maybe we can tackle this as a group.
Well, I don't know. It seems, you guys had some trouble with some bugs. Would you really be that much help against anything greater than a fly?
Jack just smiles and looks to Mortifer and takes a step back.
I imagine he's getting ready to say something, then one more of those little flies comes by and like hits him in the cheek, and then he's just like, he remembers him getting his own ass kicked and is just like silently fuming as he like grabs it and just crushes it in his palm.
If Mortifer doesn't say anything and just like angrily stares, Jack shrugs and says, "Oh well, best of luck to you. But if you end up needing our help, just well, you'll know where to find us. We're always open to partnerships for the good of coin. The good of coin."
I just want to remind everybody that Mortifer was at 9 health points with 1 power point left at the end of last session.
Oh, I know. He's not wrong. The bugs whooped his ass. Very different than the Minotaur.
Oh, Mortifer knows it too, which is why he's like, even there's a little tiny halfling that just did what he couldn't, and there's nothing more infuriating than seeing a being he could step on and kill being able to kick the ass of something that would have killed him momentarily. He is so pissed right now. Tomorrow he's not gonna wake up in a good mood.
So why don't we do this? Why don't the two of you actually make your way out to a tavern or a local area where you can, rest, grab a couple of drinks, blow off some steam, be angry, whatever it is. Because honestly, it only takes you an hour and the expenditure of a single mythic point that for you to gain back all of your health points and power points, Wade. So if I remember correctly, you literally heal 100% by spending an hour doing that and allowing you guys to go back in there today. And during that hour, that interim, we'll actually have Ethan go down and start doing a little bit of exploring himself and getting him familiar with how the system works, because it is a bit. Let's see. It says at 3rd tier, by expending the use of 1 mythic power and resting for 1 hour, you regain a number of health points equal to half your full health points. So actually, you heal half your health, your max health, and you regain everything else 100%. So Mike, that being said, can you make healing potions?
That would be on my spell list if I could, and the answer is yes, I can.
So what you would do is, I imagine you can make several healing potions. So you would give him, more or less, you just make a bunch of potions for him, and just like he'd be drinking these as you guys sat down to have a couple of beers, or
just tell me how much you want me to spend and how much time and how many I can make in one batch.
I'm talking about your actual spells.
Oh,
right?
you want me to just use my? Okay, I can make Infusions, up to 5. Yeah. I can
because
just...
after an hour of resting and spending 1 mythic point, you're going to get back all of your spell slots.
Yeah, so I could give him 5.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. There you go. And that would give him at least half of his health pool, or I should say at this point, a fourth of his health pool, and then the rest. So you guys are just both going to spend 1 mythic point, and you'll be good in an hour. Let's bring the attention over to
we don't gain any mythic points back during this rest, right?
Correct. You need 8 hours of uninterrupted.
Cool.
So anyways, Ethan. So the two of them were more or less like, yeah, okay, let us know
if you might have covering.
You're going to be back up to max health, max power points. Your standard 5 temp HP, unless you spend more power points to be higher, so on and so forth. You're literally reset as though you spent days of resting, with the exception of, wait, do you have any ability score damage, Wade?
Mm-mm.
You didn't say ability score damage? Was that a different campaign?
That was a long time ago I did that.
No. Yeah, I'm thinking of my Aurorum campaign. Okay, never mind. All right, so your Ethan, they told you like more or less, hey, if you decide you want some help, come find us. So you're staying here for a little bit, and you're going to be able to kind of go explore in a bit. Okay. So let's get you a little familiar with how Pathfinder works. As you're exploring, as you came through, you more or less you walk through this tunnel. The tunnels that you came through are small, large enough that a human can easily walk through. Definitely super easy for you to skip while you're walking or frolic or whatever it is your way through this cave, no problem. You do have a bit of a head scratching moment when you think of that big ass walking through the caves, but we'll worry about that one later on. When you came into this center area, what you actually saw here was this is where the tracks were, where the cart set. that actually branched off into 3 separate tunnels. There was a reminder of what Dark Sun is like, because I know you and I went over this sometime in the past. Dark Sun is a post-apocalyptic desert world. You have to think Dune or one of those other very forlorn kind of futures where technology doesn't really exist, so on.
It's like a very like Mad Max kind of thing, right?
It was literally inspired by Mad Max.
Cool.
So your Mad Max and Dune. So another thing to note about this world is that metal is extremely rare, which is why your halfling fat blade is made out of obsidian, which is why Jack's blade is made out of obsidian, and which is why Wade's hammer is made out of a specialized crystal on a long wooden haft. Even wood's not super common because there aren't many trees. Most of the trees that exist are in halfling territory, and they fight back and eat the people that take the trees. So wood's not even super common. Bone and obsidian. So when I see tracks for the wagons are sitting on, yes, the carts themselves are comprised out of wood that's wrapped up with bits of fibers or whatever that kind of reinforce it, and bits of stone in certain areas that reinforce it. But they also sit on stone tracks. So you can imagine that the tracks are actually segmented so they could switch them out as they need to if they got broken. This is kind of like the image that you see before you with the 3 paths that have tracks going down them. 2 of them still have their carts sitting on them. This is going to be the middle and the right track. The far left track, not only is it missing its cart, but it's actually the track that you saw the 2 of them came running from, that the bugs chased them out of. So you kind of have your choice. Do you want to continue down the path that they were in before? Or do you want to go to the middle of the right path and maybe go a separate route? Entirely up to you.
I want to I want to go to the right.
Okay, so the far right.
Yeah.
Awesome. So one of the other things to note down in this cave is it's just that it's a mining cave. It's where they literally mined obsidian out of. The fact that there happens to be an active volcano nearby, it's smoke slop. It hasn't erupted in who knows how long. There happens to be an active volcano nearby. Don't worry about that. But this is actually a cave structure, so it's naturally very dark in here. The ambient light is none. You have, as a halfling, have normal sight that a human does. So for you to be able to see down here, you have to be producing some amount of light. Most likely, a torch, which you can easily, hold a torch. So obviously, just designing the way your character looks as he's walking. You've got your blade strapped to wherever it is in your body that I'll describe in the future. You have your bow in one hand with a buckler on the hands at the bow that's holding the bow, on the wrist of the hand that's holding the bow to give you a little extra defense. And your other hand is typically kept free so you can, draw, knock an arrow as needed. That hand is going to be currently holding a torch. You start heading down that path. Is there anything you want to do to enhance yourself before you really start down this trek?
So just to remind chat, this is my first time playing D&D. So cut me some slack when I don't know what I'm doing. You said to enhance myself. Oh wait. Do I have, you said it's dark, right?
Yes, sir.
Did I use elf sight?
So you have your first level power, elf sight. Expending only 1 power point out of, I think you have a pool of 18, which, let me look at your character. Your little token, I'm going to pull your eyes to it over on the map. That little token right there, his name's Ethan right now. We can change that to Pudge for you. Give me 1 second. Pudge. That little token has, if you click on it, a red circle and a blue circle. The blue circle, you can actually click on that 18, press -1 because you're spending 1 out of your 18 power points.
Cool.
Okay. Perfect. So you spend the power point, you activate Elf Sight, which gives you a +2 bonus to perception checks, gives you low light vision, same as a typical elf does, and yes, you have +2 bonus perception, and you gain low light vision. So more or less a torch, which usually sheds light, which I think is 20 and 20, 20 bright, 20 beyond that of dim. You actually have 40 and 40. You can see pretty far with the torch now.
Okay.
So
I put down the torch, how much would I be able to see with just the elf sight?
Same radius as whatever that torch light is given. But if you run 600 feet from that torch, you see just as a human does in darkness.
Oh, okay. Cool.
If you were outside in the night sky, in a clear night sky in the desert, that's a different conversation than being in a cave.
Okay.
Right. So first time activating a power, describe how this power activates on your character. Is there any visual, audible, or olfactory effect that happens as you activate Elf Sight.
So when Pudge activates Elf Sight, all he does is like, "Ugh, oh man, I wish I could see better." And then suddenly his eyes just sort of like roll slowly into the back of his head, and under where like the whites of your eyes are, they just slowly sort of like fade into like a light green color, and they like glow a little bit. And so those like roll into the back of his head, and now he's got like these slightly glowing like greenish eyes, and he can see now better in the dark.
This is one of the reasons why I love bringing in new PCs. I've literally, in what has it been, 27 years of playing tabletops, never had somebody describe a magical effect as I roll my eyes to the back of my face, and behind my pupils are more pupils. like I've never in my life heard that.
While he drunkenly wishes he could.
He's different.
He drunkenly wishes he has powers and he gets them. Basically, it's great. He's like,
Won't start that forever. Eventually, you'll say like, "Oh yes, I have the power to." And Scott will be like, "No, you don't. Just wait. Don't get too excited. It'll all be taken away soon enough."
Yeah.
not true.
I was gonna say, what's that? Craigasm? Is that the emote for Pudge using Elf Sight?
Yeah, he Pudge is like sort of forgetful sometimes, so he's like, "Oh man, I wish I could see better," and then he's like, "Oh yeah, wait, I can. All right, let's."
His body's just like, you can, you idiot.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. So you activate this ability so you can see much better, and you start going down that right path. Now, I imagine that you're walking. You're going to be walking quietly because this is what you're good at, being silent. Before I have you roll a stealth check, do you move at half speed? Do you move at a slow, steady pace, or do you move at a normal speed and just allow your skill to keep you quiet enough?
I'm gonna move a little bit slower just because, like, even though the bugs got to the last boys that I encountered, like, I'm still gonna be a little careful because it's a deep dark cave. I have no idea what's inside, but I'm confident that I can probably take on what's ahead, considering the half giant had a problem with bugs. So it'll probably be fine.
So what you're going to do is click back to the main page in your character sheet, and you're actually going to click the button that says Stealth. It's going to be near the bottom right of your skill lists.
Oh, main. Okay. The bottom
Right.
right.
Now, obviously, your stealth check isn't going to be for visual stealth because, you're walking in darkness with a torch, but it's more about footfalls.
Okay, sorry, I found stealth. Okay, how do I roll?
Just click.
You're gonna literally click it. You highlight it and click.
Cool.
Your first roll.
Oh my god!
Oh, great.
What do you have? Plus 19. Holy Jesus Christ.
Cool.
Well, that was a first roll. I thought it was gonna follow the one. I was about to laugh, but
Pudge.
That is the complete opposite of Wade.
Truly a god.
I feel like Wade's first roll was terrible.
Okay, to start this campaign in my episode 0, technically Scott killed me. He rolled 320s back to back, and there was like this like unspoken rule of like 320s back to back to back, just insta kills.
Mm-hmm.
So I should have technically died before this campaign started with how bad I was rolling. So, awesome. Welcome to the show.
Yep. Yeah, well, most people are better than you. You can just ask your wife.
It's weird. He's like slowly turning into like Mark as time goes on. Ethan, just wait. I have that effect on people. I create monsters.
To be fair though, I've always been a monster.
This is 100% accurate. I've known Scott since I've been 16 years old. Okay, I'm 33 now. This is just who he is.
33 today.
33 today.
33 today.
Boy.
Mike, did you count the grays in your beard before you?
No, the grays are much more in my hair than my beard.
Really?
What do you mean in his beard? He's got a good beard.
No. He's got a bunch of wispies that he lets grow long enough that it covers enough of his face.
Yep,
to
that's
pull
what
off
it
the
is.
beard.
You got it.
It's not a real beard.
Well, listen, Mike, I can't grow facial hair at all, so I think you have a great beard.
Thank you. See, there will always be those who are lesser than me, and I appreciate that.
I do have to say, I think out of all the cast members on Lost Initiative that we've ever had, you probably do have the weakest beard game. I mean, I really do think that both Maggie and Doxy were crushing it comparatively, Ethan. I do apologize.
It's true.
Yeah, my beard game is not.
But yeah, Scott's just mean. That's the point. Is the point. We veered off topic to somehow criticizing me. So Scott's always just been mean. His sarcasm is so dry. Most people don't even know he's being sarcastic.
It's okay though.
That's the issue.
His neck out there so far that it's easy to chop it back off.
That's true.
Because he a lot too. So
Yeah.
I always take my swings, which is why he comes after me so hard.
That's true.
Oh, we lose a level. So you start walking down that path, and honestly, it's one of those things where your footfalls are so quiet, so not even you can hear them. And you know when you're placing your foot down. It is literally silent as death as you're making your way through this cave, which is probably a good thing because your footfalls aren't going to in the least bit to interfere with your ability to hear. The only thing you can hear is the crackling of the fire of the torch. But again, you're a halfling. You know wood better than most people in all of Athens, just as a race. You just know, quality wood for burning or anything else, right? So so it's pretty quiet. Roll me a perception check as you're making your way through this path.
How do I do that?
Same way you did stealth. Perception's on there too.
Generally
Okay, I
speaking,
see
when
it
I
now.
say check, it's going to be referring to skills.
I love Pudge. I love Pudge.
Did you just roll two 19s in a row?
If I roll a third 19 in a row, do I win the whole thing?
Yeah, we'll just
Like the opposite of what happened to Wade.
if you roll a 20 for your next roll, we'll just make you mythic too.
Okay, cool.
Or mystic or whatever the hell it's called. So anyways, you're making your way throughout there and listening as keenly as you can. And again, the caves are as quiet as your footfalls are. There's not a single sound for the longest time that you're traveling, listening just the crackling. The whole while, of course, you're not stupid. You're trying to keep track of where it is that you came from so you don't forget your path back. I'm going to have you roll one more check for me, sir, before I continue my narration. It's called auto-hypnosis.
Oh, yes.
It's the bottom one.
11.
The streak is broken.
Okay, perfect.
A 17. How will you survive?
17 total, cool. That's actually, I just need to double check something. And it is to memorize something is only a DC 15. So you actually perfectly memorize the path. So you're not going to lose yourself down in this cave complex. Okay.
Cool.
Eminem will be disappointed. He prepared a song for you.
Oh, I was like, what? And then it clicked. Okay. I was like, oh, bad.
Apparently your little DM brain catch up.
Bad Wade. It's really bad. So as you're making your way throughout the caves, memorizing the whole path, you realize that there's really nothing down here. For the longest bit of travel, like 20 minutes, 25 minutes traveling along, again, moving at a quiet pace, coming up to corners, leaning your back against the wall, peeking out, listening keenly, then pushing on. The entire time, you come across nothing. Until you hear a bit of a rumbling noise off in the distance. You listen closely for a while. The rumbling sounds almost like a scream, very far off, echoing. You try listening a little bit further and you realize it's not just a scream of pain or anything. It almost seems like a scream of anger or frustration. It's hard to place exactly what it is, but there's something that's out there. If you continue pushing on, that is clearly just letting out fury, raw anger.
It's not me this time.
Ooh. Fun. So I'm guessing I have to decide whether or not I want to go deeper into this cave.
To go further into the cave, turn to page 27. But to go back, turn to page 63.
Ooh. I'm going to skip ahead to page 57 and just see how it ends.
All right. So because, like Pudge thinks that he can take most things on. But hearing this, like, obviously very, like, livid, whatever it is, down at the end of this cave, he doesn't particularly feel comfortable with it. So I think what Pudge is going to do is he's gonna turn right around, and as fast as he can, he's gonna sprint out of there. But he's still curious about what's in that cave. So I think he's gonna go back to where to the bar to where Mortifer and Jack are, and I think he's gonna try and persuade them into investigating this part of the cave with him, because he already memorized the entire way to get down there, so he'll be able to get back easy. So he's gonna try and go back to the bar, see if Jack and Mortifer are interested in investigating that part of the cave with him.
For most people, just going back to a cave, just going back and be like, hey, have you seen the big guy? People would be more than willing to help you out. However, you're a halfling, and well, people here aren't very keen on halflings. Could you actually roll me a diplomacy check to try to convince people to give you that information? Oh!
There's your natural one.
Oh!
Big oof.
You walk up to the first person, and how is it that you try to ask them? Where Mortifer and Jack are? Like, where's a bar? Where's Mortifer and Jack? How do you approach the first person? Let me set the scene. There's literally two people standing in front of a small stand where they're just trying to buy like a small amount of meat that's there. The meat looks like, you can tell by like what's hanging there. There's bits of like beetles and hanging scarabs and scorpions, whatnot. They're clearly trying to buy meat from the stand. The two people are there kind of bickering back and forth over whether or not they want to pay this gouging price that this meat merchant is selling. There's the meat merchant that's there. You approach them. How do you say it?
Cool. So I go up to one of them, and I just kind of like, because I'm so small, I just kind of like tug on their shirt a little bit, and I'm just like, hey.
The other person, looking at his reaction, looks down and sees you there as well, and he also jumps back. He's like, in the name of it's a halfling. And you see the meat merchant himself leans over the table and is like, hey, no eating my customers.
Yeah. I know that we're sort of known for that. I'm not super.
Whoa! I'm not selling anything to you either. You get your own.
No, I'm not. I'm just.
So get out of here.
Some info, I only eat human on holidays. Just do it when the family's around. But anyway.
One of them continues backing off.
I'm looking for two people. Big guy. His name's Mortifer. I think he's like 12 feet tall, and another guy too. He's with him.
The two of them are exchanging looks at one another as they're saying this. Roll me a sense motive. You can clearly tell they're up to something nefarious. As they're exchanging looks, as you kind of like taper out for what you're saying, they kind of look at each other. You can't see quite over the counter to where the other merchant is and what he was doing, but he definitely, you're pretty sure he saw him do a head nod to the guy. Pretty sure you saw him do like a head nod to something behind the counter, to the other guy that's on this side of the counter with you, the one that didn't back off in a way. This guy is like nodding his head like, yeah, do it. Whatever it is. This is happening, of course, as you're finishing your sentence.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to sort of go to defend myself a little bit, because they're obviously up to something. I'm gonna make a motion like I'm going to just sort of like comb my long, luscious hair, and I'm just gonna make like a scratching motion, but I'm gonna put my hand on one of the arrows just to try, if they pull anything swifty, I'm gonna try and pull that out before they can do anything.
Absolutely. So you are going back down. I want to make you make a bluff or sleight of hand or anything like that. You just kind of like scratching, just kind of getting your fingers out, just barely brushing the feathers of the arrow, making sure that you're ready for what it is that you need to do. Or very likely, it could be feathers. It's also like leaves, like hearted leaves that you would also use.
You have a bald spot from yanking out hair when you try to get your arrows, because I can relate. That's how I got mine.
Pudge has never been bald. He came out with a full head of hair as long as his body, and it stayed that way.
Fair enough. I shouldn't have asked.
All his life.
Great. Awesome.
Mom had a lot of protein. So, anyways, you the guy that's behind the counter clearly reaches down, and you hear something unlatch, and then a couple moments later, he like jumps back as you see a scorpion is released from a cage, a live scorpion that's about the size of a cat. Now, remember, a cat is in length about 14, 15 inches long. Plus it has the scorpion's tail reaching over, you yourself being only like 40 inches long. So this thing's about a fourth the size of what you are, if you can imagine how massive that is compared to your character. Like, you're a little guy, you know what I mean? You're a little guy. And this thing is standing about a third as tall as you are, with its scorpion's tail stretching over its back, arching almost as tall as your chest is, and starts coming towards you quickly. Do me a favor. First on the map, the actual like gray map they have there, click on the character, the little token that says Pudge, and then go back into your character sheet, and there's going to be a little button near the top that says initiative.
Button near the top. A button near.
It's
the
under hit
top.
points. You see hit points, and then right under that's a little thing that says initiative. It's INIT.
Why can I not see anything?
I have trouble finding like where your strength, dexterity. It's to the right of all of your stats.
So let me just make sure we're on the same character sheet. It's on the same spot.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. I believe you have a +6.
So just
Cool,
click the
so just
INIT
click.
button.
7. Not great.
You got a 13 because you have a +6.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh Jesus Christ! I was a 19. That's funny.
Technically, he'd prepared an action though. Does that?
Oh, he did though. You are correct. So all of a sudden, this thing comes out and starts coming towards you. You obviously don't know the phrasing. Thank you, Wade, for interpreting that better. You obviously don't know the phrasing. That's something you can call preparing an action, which is what you were talking about. Preparing an action to attack if something comes at you to defend yourself. So all of a sudden, the scorpion comes around the corner and just starts coming towards you. Obviously, you had prepared your action. So because you can't do a full attack with a prepared action, you can actually make a single attack if you would like to. I believe I have that same kind of thing set up with your bow if you want to just straight up attack the scorpion with your bow.
Okay. Let me see. For some reason, I thought. Oh, never mind. I thought that I put stuff under handle animal. And I was like, did I for some reason put things there? Maybe I could try and coax the scorpion to being my friend. All right. Well, I'm going to make an attack. I'm just going to make just the single attack with bow is all I can do, right?
Correct.
Okay.
For this round.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to quickly grab that arrow that I had already tickling my fingers. I'm going to take that out and draw it as quickly as I possibly can. So just press the attack +15, right?
Correct.
Cool.
And let me see what you rolled there.
18.
Woo!
13.
A 28 is going to hit. Ignore unfortunately, just the character sheets that we use. And we have like an amazing member of the community that tried to fix it for us, but the code is written so sloppy, we can't fix it. So unfortunately, it rolls attack roll and confirmed crit at the same time. So ignore the physical dice, unfortunately, which is why we don't show them on the overlay, and just look at what it says in the chat window. A 28 is going to hit almost anything you come across. So that is definitely a hit right there for you, sir.
Cool.
And so you're able to roll your damage immediately afterwards. And so it's going to be for you, it's the 11 points of damage that you do. So cool. you knock this arrow, and you take aim and you fire at the scorpion. The scorpion takes the arrow, and so same as I described beforehand, as you release this single arrow, literally as it leaves the arrow, it builds with a kinetic energy as it goes. You can see it like powering up, much like Goku, as if he was standing on the arrowhead and as he went. And so as the arrowhead hits the scorpion, not only does it penetrate through its actual carapace and harm the thing, but it actually has like a bit of like an explosion inwards. The actual carapace itself dents downwards. The scorpion is thrown down and backwards, but is actually just barely still alive from the attack. The scorpion is now going to take its turn. It's going to step up to attack you. Now, because of the fact that it still moves, it can only make one attack. It's going to attack you with its stinger. I rolled absolutely horribly. So the scorpion ends up coming forward and tries to with its stinger at you. In doing so, it is like super easy for you to kind of like step to the side. Now, what you are is, if we were playing with a battle grid, you would actually be in a scenario what we call engaged or adjacent to your opponent. I'm going to actually give you a visual battle grid so you see what I'm talking about. Wait, did that work? Oh, here we go. So you see what I'm talking about in here. When you're standing on a square immediately adjacent to an opponent, there's something called an attack of opportunity that can happen. They can actually hit you for attacking at them in melee with a ranged weapon. They get a free attack.
Mhm.
So it's generally something that you have to be concerned about.
Mhm.
What you can do in scenarios like this is what's called free 5 foot step back. You can step away ever so slightly for safety.
Okay.
So that's generally what you would do. Technically, we're dealing with tiny sized creatures, so you don't have to worry about it. I'm just explaining rules as we go.
Okay.
We generally don't play with a grid in the game, but just explaining rules. You would step back like that, and you can make an attack. Now it's your turn. You can actually do your full attack if you wanted to.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, because these guys, I just went up to ask a basic question and they don't know me and they judge me immediately. I'm gonna try and be a little bit intimidating. So Pudge is a great acrobat. So what Pudge is gonna try to do, we'll see if it'll work. He's gonna try and flip over the scorpion and take his halfling fat sword and just slice off the stinger of the scorpion.
Roll me your acrobatics check, sir.
Cool.
You crush the acrobatics check for that. No, you get it though.
Holy shit!
Oh yeah, because I have 16. That's right. Yeah,
Jesus.
I'm very flippy. Just like in real life.
Why don't I get skill points?
Schwade.
You do when you level. You're just a barbarian, so you get like 2.
You successfully flip over the thing, doing the exact flip that you were describing. Now make the attack roll with your sword. You're going to be pressing the +7 or whatever it is on your character sheet for this one.
It's called a fat sword.
It's
Yeah.
a halfling fat sword is an actual cannon weapon.
That's hilarious.
It's cool. It's an obsidian weapon that doesn't have the fragile quality.
Gotcha.
So a 14 does hit, sir. Roll your damage.
Cool.
And it's considering it only has 13 health, and last time you did do it, 11? With your 3, you finish the job. So literally what you do is you flip over the thing exactly as you were trying to do. Mid-flip, you literally draw your sword with your other hand, and as you land on the other side, you just spin and cut off, or mid-flip, whatever it is, you cut off the tail, not the whole tail from its base, but the top of it. And as you cut off that tail, it just immediately starts like writhing as like little bits of blood squirt out of it for a couple of moments, and then just starts like writhing around for a little bit and falls to its side and curls up like arachnids typically do as they die. It just curls up, twitches a few times, and stops. As you finish doing that, you look up at the guy that was on this side of the stand from you, the guy that was of the two that you approached. He literally just turns and runs. Turns and books it. Now, because of your flip, you are more on the other side of the stands, the side that the merchant was on. And as you turn to look at him, like making eye contact with him, he's like, "Oh, the bar, 2 lefts and a right, two lefts and a right. I have a family."
All right, Pudge doesn't hold a grudge. No grudge for Pudge. So he's just like, "Thank you. Sorry about your bug." And then he walks off.
Okay,
I just had a big day with bugs. He's really getting them.
So you make your way over to the tavern, which inside the tavern, the site that you walk into is, the tavern itself, because a lot of people can't work right now. It's would usually be rather full of people, just like sitting at every table, so on and so forth. But instead what you see is or I should say 2/3 of the tavern is rather packed with people that are drinking whatever cheap swill they can get their hands on. Like again, 2/3 of it like packed, a bunch of people sitting there drinking, blah, blah, blah. The other third of the tavern is completely vacant. Several empty tables, so on and so forth, except for a really, really big guy. And make me a will saving throw. For a will saving throw, what that is, if you can't find it on your character sheet, Pudge.
Oh, me.
It's going to be, you saw where your initiative was. 2 steps beneath that, you're going to see will. Click that. So you see the big guy, that you had just saved his ass from, and some other dude sitting at the table in the middle of the tavern. Now, the two of them, they're going to describe what they're doing in a moment, but clearly the big guy is still surly to a degree, and everybody else in the bar is avoiding him as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
What are the two of you doing as he comes walking in?
What are you doing, Mr. Mortifer? I probably brought us a couple drinks at some point.
The barmaid was not dumb enough, or the beverage person is not dumb enough to not keep bringing you drinks.
Sure. It depends on what Mortifer's doing, because in my mind, Mortifer's doing one of two things, and I could be completely wrong. One, he's angrily bitching about losing to the bugs, or he's bitching about the bugs in a depressed, poor me kind of way. So I don't know which one we're dealing with, or something
I imagined
different.
that we talked, and you always managed to like talk Mortifer like down, and I feel like
Yeah.
you would have said something like I feel like Jack might have said something to him along the lines of like, they were bugs, Mortifer. Clearly, you weren't designed to kill something as meager as bugs. Like, imagine this guy trying to fight the big Minotaur. He
Yeah.
could have done it. Like,
If you were like if Mortifer had lost himself to this
because he would have been
perceived fault,
bitching. He
then
would
yeah,
have been
yeah, then
clearly
Jack
bitching.
would have. So then Pudge, you just see like probably Jack or this other guy leaning over and like patting Mortifer on the arm and just saying he'll be back, guaranteed. There's no way he's gonna make it that far. We made it pretty far, and you know we're different.
Yes, he will. The bug swatter will need Mortifer before the day is done.
Either way, I've never truly seen a halfling that close before except once, and it tried to eat me. So just be wary.
Mortifer could eat this halfling if that's what you want.
That's not where I was going, Mortifer, but honestly, I'd like to see the challenge.
He's he like sets his drink down, and like the handle is either chipped away or slightly broken from his grip, just like squeezing it angrily.
Is Pudge hiding, or is he just standing a decent distance away watching?
There was literally like he came into that, and then it's
Okay.
up to Pudge if you're gonna walk through the crowd to them, go over to the bar, diddle yourself, whatever you want to do, buddy. It's all you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Mortifer is easy to spot, so it's not like I have to ask anybody if he's there. So I'm just gonna walk up. I'm just gonna pull up a seat right next to them and just sort of like hop up onto it, and and just I'm gonna go to Mortifer and just be like, you still sad about those bugs? It was nothing personal, man. I was just try to help.
Speak of the devil.
The bug swatter returns, obviously in need of Mortifer's assistance. Mortifer's not upset. He understands that there are bug swatters in life and there are Mortifers in life.
Bug swatters.
He's not very intelligent, so you have to cope with his stupidity. But he thinks he's saying something profound.
All right, so I look over to Jack and I'm just like, hey, have we met before? You look familiar, but I'm not really sure.
I was the one following around the big guy.
Oh, okay.
No worries.
Listen, so I went down into that cave, and I know that you said that you were maybe interested in taking on a third wheel. And I went down into that cave, and there's some pretty weird shit going on down there. And I don't really feel comfortable completely going alone, so I was wondering if maybe I could take up that offer.
You needed Mortifer's help? He stands up and like knocks over the rest of his mug and like grabs his hammer. Today we shall go back and complete our combat, and you will see Mortifer in all of his glory. You like start walking toward the door before you finish your sentence.
I look over at Jack and I just sort of like sarcastically I'm like, yes, Mortifer, I needed your help. You are so big and so
Jack
strong.
nods along, like, keep going, you're doing a great job. And he kind of like pats him on the back and ushers him out as you're speaking sweet
two
things.
Mortifer manipulators.
He got it. He gets it.
As you guys make your way out, you end up bumping into the same group of 7 that you had seen beforehand. The group that you guys had accepted this challenge before. Clearly, they were held up to some degree.
Is this the group that Jack had sex with, or is it a different group?
Same group. So
Wait, yes, that is the one I had sex with?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Jack
they
had like a threesome on my birthday.
Cool.
Yeah, but it was
As
supposed to
you
be
were
your
walking-
birthday threesome.
I gave it to you, buddy.
Now we return the favor.
as you guys go walking out, you bump into them. Clearly, they've been held up because you literally got here a day and a half ahead of when they did. And it wasn't like you guys travel much quicker than others do. They got a little bit of a heads up from you. But more than that, you can tell that 3 of them have obviously been somewhat injured. They're in the mend from being injured. They've bumped into something in the stands on the way here that slowed them down. Either way, they finally made themselves to the town. If you had to guess based off of just like looking at them, they're like road worn. You know what I mean? Like they had just gotten here. So as you're walking out of the tavern, they're probably just walking into it for the first time. And each of them kind of like stops to be like, oh, who the hell's in our way? Oh, And you can actually see that once they like look up and see Mortifer and recognize them, you actually see that the female amongst them looks at you and says, "Hey there, big guy."
Talking to Mortimer?
Yep.
Hey,
Ah,
damn it, she's not
you
gonna remember me.
fight and didn't want to fight. Mortifer remembers.
Oh, I know, but we ended up, still having fun, right?
Mortifer did not have fun. Mortifer did not get to fight.
No, we had other fun. Me, you, and gestures over towards another guy that is clearly got this like nasty gouge in his side, and it has a nasty shiner on his face. Is holding his arm like the way he's holding his sword with his other arm. You can clearly tell he's just trying to stop it from moving too much. Jack, you didn't recognize him.
No, yeah, of course. That's Ingvar. I know Ingvar.
Mortifer did not have. You mean Jack? How could you confuse Mortifer with Jack? He'll like gesture toward Jack.
So when you say that, it's funny because as you say that, how could you confuse Mortifer with Jack? She gets confused for a second and she looks down at the halfling and like looks disgusted with herself for a second. Like, it wasn't him? And then you gesture over at Jack and she's like, I'm so confused right now.
Mortifer.
Pudge looks up and just sort of like combs back his hair and he just goes, "Hello."
She looks.
Jack also confused, like as he's doing that, like.
Jack, if you just look at him, he does look like he's thinking.
She looks truly perplexed, and she's like, "I thought it was," and then she looks over to the other guy for guidance, and he just like shrugs, but he doesn't seem to care either way. And eventually they filter their way past you guys and into the bar. Her tossing one last glance back, like, "Who was it that?" Completely lost. And then they make their way into it. God damn it! I see your messages down there.
Yeah, your mic's been really weird today.
I don't know. It does that inconsistently, and I swear it only happens when we're doing, because it doesn't have I don't have that issue on over on the other
right
channels.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds good now.
Just looking, Jack looking to Mortifer, be like, but you remember me, like every time.
Mortifer would not forget Jack. Mortifer forgets a lot of things, but Jack is not one of them.
Looking to Pudge, and you don't remember seeing me in the cave.
I remember seeing somebody, but it was just I didn't get a good look at your face. It was dark. He clearly like did not recognize him at all, so he's just like trying to make up excuses.
What are you rolling for, Wade?
I think I rolled this last time to see if Mortifer figured this out, because he's trying to figure out why people are having trouble remembering.
Do you think?
If I did, I've forgotten now, because that natty one is not going to help me.
Do you think my character Scott? Because I'm just trying to put myself in Jack's shoes here, but Jack also has a much higher intelligence than real world possible. Do you think he would start piecing it together like this could be something different? Because the only thing that's holding me back is being like, well, maybe it would be like that even on Wade's character if he wasn't Mortifer, if he wasn't like mythic like I am, like these weird abilities that we've gotten. But would he piece? I guess the thing is, how would he? He might not be able to piece together that he can turn it off on people he wants to turn it off on.
Well, no, because so it's funny because I was going to say this as you were saying, would he piece it together? He would. I honestly think that it's one of those things where
Jack metagaming, yeah, it's a weird feeling of like metagaming.
Jack would eventually kind of be like, I wonder if it's my, because like I'm understanding what's happening.
Yeah, I understand. Jack understands that this is probably part of whatever happened those months ago.
Yes, but it's more so you're thinking like maybe it's just your subconscious that's allowing this to play out the way that it has.
With that in mind, then Jack being of scientific mind usually and experimenting, he will mentally make an effort and a note that I do not want this Pudge kid or cannibal halfling to forget me.
Okay.
So basically, the idea is he won't hope. The way it works mechanically is that Pudge, from here on out, you will remember our interactions together as though you met me, unless I specifically say, "Okay, hang on, make a will save."
Okay.
So,
Cool.
what's the idea?
It's really funny watching a player character have to like forget Mike and then remember.
Yeah, that's the first.
It's really funny.
And some guy. So they leave, and I look to you, Mortifer, and be like, "Yeah, definitely strange." Well, Mortifer, how are you feeling? How are you looking right now? Half healed?
No, he's fully healed.
Okay, cool.
I'm full health. The only thing I'm missing is 2 mythic points, which is, I mean, you wouldn't see that. So obviously he looks fine.
Okay.
He looks very pleased all of a sudden. You can tell he was pissed, and then this guy came back and asked for his help, and he thought that's what he was asking anyway. So
Only 2? You didn't use mythic points when you were running from the creatures?
We
the
did.
bugs?
We definitely did. I was down 1.
I was at 10 of 11.
I was at 10 of 11 as well. And then I'd used it, and now I'm down to 9 of 11.
I mean, I know that Mike definitely used 1.
Yep.
I thought Wade had used 1 for Purge or Surge or whatever it's called, and 1 and like a couple other ones too.
I used a bunch during the Minotaur fight. I didn't use it against the bugs.
Okay, then I believe you. So you just
We took a full night's rest after the Minotaur before the bug fight.
Yep,
Okay.
you're fine. Okay, so you guys are making your way out and heading back to the caves because honestly, it's not even that far into the day. You know what I mean? It's a little after midday. You have loads of time, and honestly, who gives a crap about sunshine when you're going into a cave, right?
We don't have to sleep anyway, so who gives a crap about time?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So we'll head into the cave.
Cool.
Jack will actually just, minor light talk, just interested. So, don't take this personally, Pudge. But, are you, well, you're a halfling, and there are certain aspects of your kind that tend to stick. Most notably, your desire for meat of other bipedal creatures.
Yeah. No, I know what you're getting at. You don't have to beat around the bush. Do I eat people? Am I gonna eat you in your sleep? Chances are no.
Before you continue, he's like, before we go any further, chances are is not something that I, in my profession, have learned to really rely on. So when you say chances are, how high are the chances that you will?
There is 0% chance Mortifer would be eaten by this puny creature. After 2 bites, Mortifer would.
You don't know for sure. You don't know for sure, but I don't like to indulge in that kind of activity. I was just telling somebody earlier, kind of cracking a joke, a little bit of truth to it though. I only eat human flesh on the holidays, when it's tradition. I'm not gonna break tradition. I'm not gonna, upset my aunts and my uncles and my grandparents. They'd throw me out of the tree if they knew that I wasn't eating people. But I like a little bit more flavor to my stuff. Human it's very bland.
Mortifer is a half giant, not a human.
Yeah, I'm a
even
human.
that kind of skin, it just doesn't sit well with my tummy. Some people can't eat milk. Me, I just don't really like human that much. It makes me gassy, gives me the runs.
Mortifer did not wish to know all of this.
Well, let's make sure we get this cave job done real quick. And he just kind of clears his throat and walks forward.
Mortifer will not walk behind him in case he's gassy.
Well, Mortifer's probably gonna have to walk behind him because I'm the only one that knows the way through the cave, right?
That's also true. You are going to be leading us.
Just fairly straightforward.
No, there are places where it branches.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can, of course, give direction too. But either way, you guys go walking back into the cave complex, and earlier
As
you
we're
were
following, if he is leading the way, Mortifer will nudge Jack and hold his breath very obviously.
Jack.
Remembering that he doesn't have to breathe.
Yeah. Jack would openly chuckle, then catch it into a cough, and then just kind of nod at you. Keep walking.
Self for this.
As you guys go walking into the cave, like I said beforehand, you were scratching ahead a bit before of what it would be like for Mortifer to make his way through that beginning area of the cave and to get to the further part. And now at points in time, you get to literally sit back, lean back against the wall, and watch him struggle to claw his way through as he makes his way into that area before. And as you guys go into that diverging area, we have the left tunnel, the two of you have been down beforehand, the middle unexplored one, and the right one where you've heard a scream from the deep. Why don't we come to our first break?
Okay. Cool. All right. We'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Grab a drink, whatever you need, and we'll be right back.
Jesus fuck, Ethan.
We're back. Hello.
As much as I love Rolos, probably not the best thing to eat on stream when you're
No,
DMing.
God,
It's
no.
like,
A Rolo. What are you, fucking, like 60 years old?
what? Aren't these Rolos?
Yeah, but why you have, like...
What's Rolos?
I don't know. I don't eat Rolos, I guess.
It's like leftover Easter candy.
No,
Rolos are always
those
like-
butterscotch candies that are actually really good. Like those are grandpa candies.
Yeah, but I remember getting Rolos in my grandma's candy dish all the time.
What
That
about
Tootsie
Werther's
Rolls.
originals?
the strawberry ones were those originals. There you go.
My grandpa
That's
always had now and plenty something in plenty.
Well, there's like Now and
Plenty?
Then's, Good and Plenty's, Mike and
okay,
Ike's.
one of those two. I don't remember which one. And then butterscotch candy. I remember
My grandfather always ate Good and Plenty all the
Maybe that's
time,
what it is.
and
Are
he
those
would
the
always
ones.
he always like does this thing where he'll just have the box of Good and Plenty, and like he's pretty much deaf, but he'll just shake the box ever so slightly, or like stop shaking the box of Good and Plenty.
Good and Plenty's just like not like licorice, right? Like that's
It's
what it
licor-
is.
It's
Licorice.
basically just black licorice. I think.
Whoa.
As a kid growing up, Grandma would buy the biggest bag of Starburst that she can get, which back then they didn't really have the economy bags, but the biggest one that you can get, like the deluxe size or whatever. And she would open them up and put them into a Ziploc bag, the individual candies. Then, as you were out traveling with them, at some point in time that you can never determine throughout the day, she would ask you, "Would you like some Starburst?" And you'd say, "Yeah." And she would give you one randomly selected Starburst, and that was the end of the Starburst for the day. And it was like,
This'll last me a year.
but you gave me a red one, Grandma. Why don't you even love me?
Red's the best one.
Red's the
No,
worst.
pink is the best one.
Okay, red and pink is up there. Red and pink are my two
No,
favorites.
you're all wrong.
Or orange is number one.
Oh God, yellow is number one.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Yellow's pretty good.
one.
Yellow is great.
Oh, God.
They're
I
all
think
good,
my
but, like,
flavors go pink, which I think is like strawberry or grapefruit or something.
Yeah.
Like that. And then yellow, and then orange, and then red.
I think
red and pink are tied. Orange then yellow.
I'm yellow, pink. What is it? Is just orange and red after that?
Yeah.
Yep.
They just go orange, red. Actually, yeah, right at the bottom.
Red's definitely the bottom.
If the four of us are ever in a room sharing Starburst, we'll all reach for a different color to start with.
Ahoo,
then.
ahoo.
Oh, you know what, Wade? That's a very amicable way of handling this, you know?
Like,
But
yeah, we could all be
I'd probably
white.
just punch you in the dick and take your Starburst. That way I could have more.
This feels like
But you know, your approach is better.
I feel like the red flavor
you
just
punch that,
corrodes
huh?
my mouth.
Wait, I'm not
I'm
sure.
like halfling. Well, Ethan, you're kind of like halfling sized in real life too. So you guys are both like.
Oh, Ethan, are you taller or shorter than Mike?
Wait, Mike, how tall are you?
I'm like 5'9".
Mike's like 5'3".
I'm like 5'9".
Okay, why does everyone say that that's like so short? I'm 5'8",
Thank you.
and like between like 5'7" and 5 like.
It's
5'9"
immediately
or
seen as like
5'10".
5'1" for some weird reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like that's like it's average.
It's dead
barely
average.
Like it's a little bit shorter,
It's so
I
cute.
guess.
Yeah, it's cute.
I'm 5'11",
Wait, how
Wade.
tall are you? You're like 6'4".
Yeah, just about.
You're very tall. You
Don't
are a
give him
very tall
inches.
person.
Don't give him inches. Why are you adding inches? You're doing the opposite of what we're doing to you.
Is he
Don't do
6'3"?
that.
How tall are you actually?
I'm 6'3" and 3/4.
Don't fucking 3/4 like you're some chick under 5 feet tall.
It rounds up to 6'4", but I'm
No,
not quite
Scott.
6'4".
This is what my wife
That's
says.
like-
I'm
that's
4
like
and
a
a-
s-
I'm 4'11" and a half.
You have a kid getting to that age where she can start, you can start doing like the measuring. So you gotta practice on Wade. Like, oh my God, you're, 3/4. You're almost there. It's almost an inch.
I was 6'4", and then my balding started, so now I'm 6'4".
Funny, I'm pretty sure Wade's heard that more than once. Almost an inch, Wade.
You measured your hair as a part of your height?
No, I didn't actually. Okay. I've always just been shy of 6'4", because Bob is like 6'4" exactly, and he's just barely taller than me.
It's funny because you know how your halfling was born with a head full of hair his entire life? Wade was born bald and it just never grew in.
No, he had an afro.
He did.
He had an afro at one point.
Hang on.
Remember the
That's
days?
actually very true.
Remember the
I'll
days?
find it.
Wade?
Oh, yeah, I remember the days, because I thought I was hot shit, and then I'd go home and shower, and I'd find that all the kids that wanted to pick on me but were too afraid to would just throw stuff at me all day. So I'd have like gum wrappers and pennies and paper wads that would fall. Actual coins fell out of my hair.
Were you really tall as a kid, or did you like hit a crazy?
I was
growth?
always tall. When I was 4 or 5 years old, I was shorter than my cousin. She was taller than me, and then like 5 or 6, I got taller than her, and I just like took off. In 6th grade, I was like 6'3", and I only grew 3/4 of an inch after 6th grade.
Jesus.
I was dunking
In
basketballs in junior high.
6th grade.
You were
Yeah.
just a giant.
So wait, I'm 5'11". Didn't finish that until like maybe sophomore yearish, junior yearish, somewhere in that range. You know, you typically finish off. Nobody's ever thrown shit at me. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Maybe your height
Until
just wasn't that impressive.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
I throw shit at you. I
Yes.
would definitely throw
Oh
shit
God.
at you. Definitely. Absolutely would.
That
For
is-
some reason, I look at that picture and I think of Tyler. I
How
don't know
old do you
why.
think I am here, Scott?
I'm gonna go with 17.
I was gonna go 18 personally because the hair, like the chin strap.
I
This was
think that you're
9th grade.
15.
That was 9th grade.
9th grade.
So it's
Wait,
a 15.
how old were you? 15?
Let's see. I was 11 going into 6th. So
Yeah, you're like 14, 15 years old in that.
I was
picture.
14 years old.
You and Scott had a similar problem though. You both look like really old men when you were young.
Yep.
I haven't
This was me at
changed
13. That was
in
13.
12 years, 13 years.
Damn.
Jeez.
That's
Dude.
you at 13?
Yeah, take away the glasses and add a goatee, and that was me the next year.
That's really funny.
Yeah, I've always looked old.
Your mom's like, I know how to keep my son a virgin. Your hair looks great, Wade. Your hair looks great.
I'm married.
When I
After you lost your hair, you got married.
And yet no kids.
I've had 3 relationships of 4 years or more. Come on, man.
And they all left for a reason, Wade.
I am.
Oof, oof, oof.
I'm gonna take an ability damage to my pride.
Right in the charisma.
right in the career.
Welcome back to Dark Sun, everybody.
Mm,
Well, should we continue down the cave?
yeah. Of Wade's past.
I don't know. I think Mortimer's gonna turn around and just go cry.
Sorry. Okay. So we're I love you, Wade. It's funny because I'm going to see you in less than a week, and Wade's just going to be dunking on me. It's like,
I probably
What
won't.
did you
I might run
say?
into you on accident. I apologize in advance.
oh, shut up.
I try to look down on people, but that means like all 3 of you I would just run into.
Uh-huh. Moving on. So we when you guys get to the my apologies.
We're heading
When
to
you
the
guys get
cave.
to you're heading to you have 3 options, of course. The far left where you've been before, the middle one where you haven't, to the right where the halfling has been before. So after you guys walk in and you're looking at the different options, you know, decide amongst yourselves.
Well, he knows the way. He's leading us.
He's
So
taking us back to
you
where
are
he
leading
was
them down the
going.
exact way they went before. Perfect. So you start, wave them down that path, and you start moving down that pathway. Now, I imagine much like you were before, especially since you heard the scream of anger, you kind of want to make that stealth check again, Ethan. So feel free to make your stealth check to be as quiet as possible. Mike, if you could also make your stealth check.
19
You rolled a
again.
19 again.
Oh my God.
My God, man.
Mike, if you can make your
Let's
stealth
go.
check.
What the? Okay, my
Thank
turn
you.
to roll 19.
I'll take it.
And Wade, if you could just.
Nice. -6. A -6, which,
That means I rolled a 2.
yeah,
Maybe we'll make up for Wade.
he won't. I should have given him an invisibility potion.
Oh Oh.
Wait, so he's literally making the most noise possible.
He's
I
so
have a
basically.
-8 modifier.
You imagine it like we're walking fine, but he's constantly having to crouch and bump into things. His hammer's hitting the wall. He's dragging it while he has to make his way through a tight space. He just is too big to be quiet.
Oh, God.
His literally shoulder scrapes against the wall here. Occasionally his hammer's scraping on the ground or bumps into the wall there. Or he's not very well coordinated. He's
If you
really
ever want to sneak in this game, you're gonna have to leave your nuclear warhead behind.
You have to understand his hammer has a haft that's about 15 feet long.
The highest stealth check I can possibly roll is a 12. That's if I get a nat 20.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
So you realize that sneaking along with them immediately with you is literally impossible because of how friggin' loud they are. So you can choose to hang back with them and hope that his massive size is going to deter anything or handle anything that comes at you. Or you can choose to scout ahead, kind of like rush ahead of them and let them continue following along the path, but, a good 100, 200, 300 feet behind.
I mean, he's being so loud that I don't even think that it matters if I go ahead because whatever is down there is going to be able to hear us coming from miles away.
We can
They
meet you in the
probably
middle.
already know.
Where we can meet you in the middle, where we could stop here. You go ahead, and then come back to meet us after you've gotten your eyes on whatever could be up there. That way, we stop making noise at least.
Yeah, let's try that.
Sure.
Let's try that. I'll go and scout ahead a little bit.
Very quiet.
I will drug you if I have to.
So you probably go about 2/3 the distance that you originally went when finally you guys come up with this plan. Maybe you're hemming and hawing or making notes of how loud he is, or maybe it's just Jack noticing you constantly looking back at how loud Mortifer is, or whatever the case may be. You guys come to the conclusion that maybe it's the best idea for them to hang back. You've traveled 2/3 the distance of where you would stop beforehand, so what the hell? Push on by yourself. That first stealth check was more meant to be a gag, so I'll allow you to sorry, I'm going to have you re-roll.
Okay.
I wanted to show exactly how. Like you literally, it was funny because Mike.
20.
I know. God, man. Wow.
Congrats on your first nat 20.
Wow.
Thank you. Oh yeah, that's my first. Hey.
Congratulations.
Wow. Okay. So you continue pushing on and are extremely quiet. The same as before. Roll me that perception check. Probably won't get a 27 again.
Perception.
No, you do not.
5.
You end up pushing much further than where you stopped last time because you don't hear anything. You don't hear where this noise is coming from. Nothing's like really catching your attention. So you end up keeping pushing further. It's not that you remember exactly where it was that you stopped last time anyways. It's a cave. I mean, you have a very strong memory, but it's not like you like, okay, this is the exact spot. I marked it with an X or something. So you continue pushing on for a while, for a considerable amount of time. When eventually the tunnel that you're traveling through ends up opening up. It opens up a good bit into an area where clearly this is where they were actually mining from. Transporting this whole way, excuse me, what it was that they had been mining while the mines are open, but this is actually where they were pulling the ore from. So walking into this large cave, you hold the torch back for a second, lean in, look about. Once it seems like it's safe, you don't hear anything, pull the torch forward and raise it high over your head, allowing it to cast the light. I imagine you spent the second, oh no, because last 7 hours, you still have your elf sight going on.
Mm-hmm.
So looking down, you can see like the glistening obsidian. Obsidian doesn't reflect a lot of light, but it is almost like a glass. So it does reflect light back at you. As you are shining the light out into the large area. You can see where paths have been dug, cut out. They were kind of wide, so you could stand there and literally mine out the obsidian as they were going. You can see where the areas of the obsidian was dropped to and eventually loaded onto carts, et cetera, et cetera. So you take a moment to stop and regard this area, taking it in as you see it. Do you want to explore further into the chamber? Do you want to maybe roll a perception check from where you're standing? Do you want to go back and get the crew? What would you?
I'm gonna go back and get them and let Mortifer know that there's an opening so he can stretch his legs a little bit more and not have to bang into the walls. So there's hope ahead for him. So yeah, I'm gonna go back and get him.
Sure. You make your way back. Again, a little bit of a walk, probably quicker and louder heading back after at least the first 100 feet or so, 200 feet or so, and then picking up the pace to go get them because there's nothing immediately behind you or in front of you. And once you catch up with them, you guys hearing the shuffling. Actually, you guys probably don't hear a thing.
No,
It's like literally all of a sudden he steps into your field of vision. Like it's one of those like.
I got dark vision 60 feet, so I would have seen him a little bit before.
You would have seen him at literally 60 feet away.
Yeah, you would have seen him step just into your vision.
Yeah.
With no noise. Yeah, no noise, no
He's a
nothing.
halfling, so it would creep us out probably. to
He's
see
a
him.
weird looking
If
one.
we knew it was him, we'd still be like, send shivers down your spine.
Don't forget too that dark vision is just shades of black, white, and gray. So it's like you can imagine that his skin's gray, but like his hair is stark white.
So it's like Alpha Fox the halfling.
Yeah. There you go. So, anyways, you tell them they end up heading back with you, and you guys end up going into the large chamber as it was. And Mortifer, you really can stretch to your fullest when you get out there. And
That was a terrible impression of me. That sounded more like Thor than Mortifer. What was that voice?
I was
Are
actually
you
playing.
mocking me?
I pulled up Kithul from a different campaign. So you when you guys go in there, what's the first thing you immediately do when you get into the region? Are you trying to like investigate the area? Are you trying to like what is it you're immediately looking for?
I would've
So
been-
I'll
We could
tell
kill-
them at least that, like, before I hadn't gone this far. So hey, I had never made it this far before. I was just searching through the tunnels last time, and I heard this horrible scream, this angry, livid scream, and that's when I came back to get you guys. So this is all new to me, but obviously nobody's here anymore. I don't know if they're deeper down in the caves, but maybe they dropped some obsidian on their foot. I don't know, but this is as far as I've come before.
Jack will kind of turn to Mortifer. I'm telling you, man. I'm convinced they broke into some sort of nest, or the ore that they're getting is part of a creature or something, and they refuse to stop.
We have fought insects and a minotaur made of this obsidian. There is something unnatural here, but Mortifer will squash it no matter what it is.
Just like you did with the bugs, bud. Just like you did with the bugs.
No, we have you for that this time, Bug Swatter, while Mortifer handles the real threat. You can tell, like, you hit his pride,
Yeah.
but he's, like, trying to hold up, like, no matter, it was just bugs. But he's pissed off that it was just bugs at the same
So
time.
since he did bring up there's something screaming, I guess for Jack, the only thing he's going to try and do right now is see if he can hear anything going on. And see
I was
if
going
we
to try to roll
can...
perception, too.
Yeah, exactly. I guess roll perception check, Scott. Is that what you want?
Absolutely.
All three of us?
Correct, because there's no investigation in the system. Yeah. I was confused.
Oof, that was a
Oh, you all rolled well.
roll.
No, wait.
Crap.
You did roll like crap, because usually you get a decent. You should roll. Yeah, you rolled a 5. Anybody modifying the rolls with any of your abilities? Some of you have, like surge and stuff like that.
No.
And don't forget, Pudge, yours is actually 16. You have +2 because of your health sight.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm not going to be able to get any higher than yeah, I'll just keep my 15. That's fine.
Okay.
I doubt I'm gonna
Jack, do you want to give yourself a D8 or whatever it is that you roll?
I'm going to stay with the 17.
Cool. So you guys are looking about the area and trying to take in the site. Like I said before, and this is a large cavernous area that they would have pulled ore from. One of the most important things that you know, and it takes you a little bit of time to figure this out. It's probably actually Mortifer that discovers this part, because he would have explored further in with the dark vision, as if we were able to torchlight or anything like that. Would have looked about. Mortifer had heard that there was a loud noise in here beforehand, and so he's interested in smashing something. But what he does notice is that there is no exit beyond the one that you had come in. This is a dead end. It's massive. The cavern is quite huge, and it takes you a considerable amount of time of walking around to confirm that you don't see any other entrances or exits out of this place. It seems like they just dug into this big cavernous area that at some point in time had molten lava come through it and made the obsidian, but that's it. It's now just a big empty cave. So
Just a
there's more-
question: how much time has passed between when I heard the scream and now? So like an hour or something?
Assuming you went straight back, grabbed them, came straight here, about an hour, probably let's say about 2 hours.
Okay.
Well, your characters, of course, do have an understanding of time. It's not like you have watches, so
Yeah.
it's give or take. You know what I mean?
And this is where Pudge was saying the screams were coming from? This open area?
He never came this far, so he stopped a ways back and heard it coming from down here. This is the only path the tunnel went to.
Could it be a nesting ground?
Well, let me finish describing the rest of you guys.
Sure.
So that's what it is that Mortifer walks around and kind of like takes in that there is no other entrance. The two of you guys both needing to rely on sight. Mike, remind me, is Jack a half elf?
No, he's a human.
Oh, he's full human. I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember.
Nope, he's still human.
One of you guys have low light vision. The other one has normal sight. So you probably have more than just 2 torches lit up. Nobody has the ability to cast light or anything like that. So you probably have like 5 or 6 torches kind of like thrown about in different areas to spread the light and really share the vision. Mortifer's a pack mule, so he can easily carry these things for you. That's no big deal. As you guys are going about looking, one of the things that Pudge notices is that the obsidian in here, before I give that, Pudge, can you actually roll me a knowledge? Let me, where are you? Make sure I click the right one for you. It's gonna be a knowledge dungeoneering. Why is my thing being wonky?
14.
This is the Guild of Dungeoneers.
Okay, so one of the things that you notice is that the as you had looked at the obsidian, you notice the obsidian seemed a bit pocked. Obsidian usually isn't a pocked stone. You know, it's usually compressed, almost like layers and layers of compressed like stone together that makes its like really rough. Its its durability, but you notice it seems a little bit pocked. Kind of looking at it a little bit further, investigating a little bit further, you realize it seems like the obsidian is a bit hollowed out, almost like maybe something had burns through it, like acid burning through it or something like that. But it's like a ton of tiny little holes that fill it. So you kind of take a moment to step back and maybe even like knock an arrow, draw and fire it, and you can actually see it shattering into the obsidian. Like it goes much further in penetrating through than you would have expected, having everything that it hits until finally the force of the arrow is stopped, collapsing all the stone around it. It definitely feels hollowed to a degree, not truly hollow, but very pocked through.
Mhm.
What it is that what's his name there? Jack notices as he's walking through. Jack notices that there's one in particular spot where just by looking at the formation of the obsidian, this looks like probably an area where it wasn't mined, because you don't see too much by way of scraping tool prints on the ground, too much sign that this particular spot had been mined. But despite that, there's a fairly uniform chunk of obsidian that's missing from right here. Like the wall, as opposed to being like shattered out by people like chiseling into it with picks and whatnot, it seems like almost smooth chunk was pulled out of the wall here. Not perfectly smooth, but almost smooth chunk. And as you guys kind of come back together, you can share that information with yourselves.
I'm sure we do. I'd still posit that this might be a nesting ground, and they broke
Are the
into
holes, the pocked holes, are those, do those look like big enough to where the bugs could have like flown out, or is it just like, just in general? I don't know how big the insects were that we were fighting compared to like what these holes look like.
The insects look like the size of a potion, you would imagine, like large wasps or large hornets. The Japanese giant wasps. You know what I'm talking about, like those big
Yeah.
mother, like that, or like
How big are the holes?
like
Is it
Mexican
just like
beetles.
a lava rock kind of holes where it's just like a bunch of little tiny indentations?
So the actual pock marks themselves, those are large enough that, like, say carpenter ants can get through comfortably, easily,
So they're smaller. Okay.
but much smaller than that, absolutely.
Okay.
But they seem to be like honeycombing or whatever into them.
How long has this town been mining in this thing?
God, before you guys have a history of understanding.
So why a problem now then?
Do we know if any of these tunnels are new or not? If they like went off into a new direction, or do we not know that information? I don't remember what we learned about this when we came in.
This particular tunnel, when you were coming down here, like the first one you guys went down the far left, that branched off a bunch of times. This one, it was actually a pretty straightforward tunnel. Like, you can tell by signs beyond the way. There were other tunnels that branched off at points in time, but they kind of closed those off. You know what I mean? Like, collapsed them down because they weren't important anymore. Maybe they became too dangerous. Maybe they just weren't, didn't have any supplies.
And how long have they been having this problem specifically?
You guys heard it was about a month beforehand originally, but you also were speaking to somebody being a complete douche to you and wasn't willing to part with information. Maybe there's more to it than that, but you only spoke to the one person.
How tall is the mine?
Like this particular chamber that you're in?
Yeah.
Oh, it's rather large. I mean, we're talking probably about 110 feet from its lowest point to its highest point, but varying degrees. It's also it's very wide. It's not like a circle or a sphere or anything like that. Obviously it's a rather different all over. But at its widest points, it's probably a good 100 yards or so at its widest points. At the thinner areas, maybe like a good 30 feet wide.
Can we see the top of the chamber or no?
If Mortifer holds a torch up tall, up high, you can see it with your elf sight.
Okay, cool. Can I do some inspecting? I just want to see if there's anything, because it doesn't seem like there's anything else in the chamber right now other than the weird obsidian. but I want to see if there's because it seems weird that we heard a scream from down here and there's only one exit. So I want to see if there's maybe some sort of other exit somewhere else.
Sure. So how you want to investigate that kind of stuff? I mean, up there's pretty high for even more for to just lift you. And if he tosses you up, you only get like a half-second view before you fall back down.
Yeah. So I would like to use my wall walker ability.
Awesome. So wall walker.
So that's
For you,
-2.
it's actually 3 power points for you to activate. It's going to last for 7 minutes because that's what level you are, 7. And this works very much like Spider-Man. And your ability so I'll actually read the text to you because we can't just click it because it's the one thing I didn't set for your character. I do apologize and copy paste the info on there for you. You can walk on vertical surfaces or even traverse ceilings. You need not make climb checks to traverse these surfaces. Because you need to keep at least 1 foot in contact with the wall or ceiling at all times, you cannot jump or use the run action, and you can only move at half your speed. You retain your dexterity bonus to AC, if any, and opponents gain no special bonuses against you.
Cool.
So
I'm gonna go and walk over to Mortifer, and I'm just gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna go and crawl around up there, but I can only do it for so long. It's real tiring to walk on walls, So you think you can give me a little bit of a boost? Maybe try and toss me up as far as you can, just
He will
save
grab
time.
you as you say that and throw you.
how much does your character weigh?
We never discussed a weight actually.
I think because did you go for average height, like plus
I did
whatever?
for average height, so we can just do.
So I think it's 36 pounds.
He's like a little baseball to me.
So it's 36 pounds, and then your equipment, without like adding on whatever side stuff you have, you're probably carrying like 25 pounds of equipment. So you're looking at like what's that, like 61 pounds or something like that.
He's
So,
carrying he's carrying almost his body weight's worth of stuff.
Strong.
Yeah. Halflings are smaller things can carry more weight because of physics. Wade, haven't you ever seen an ant, Wade?
Come on, Wade.
Gee,
I
Wade.
am an ant.
Yes, I am looking at one.
And Wade, just to be clear, your light load, like what you can carry without it impacting you even in the slightest, is 346 pounds. So I imagine your hoist of him is pretty much all the way like, ah! You didn't expect to go all the way
He
to the
just, like,
ceiling.
grabs him by his hand, probably just one hand like grabs you around the waist and just chucks you up.
Yep.
Mhm.
It's one of those. Wait, just for funsies, roll me a strength check. For the same reason why I did before when you did the disc.
That
It's
was
actually-
a weird dice roll. The dice dropped on an 8 and never rolled.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was rather. Oh, it just flat dropped.
It just was like 8.
Yeah.
Chad, I know you guys can't see the dice rolls, but that one was not fun to watch. It was just
So anyways, the you throw him up there, and it's one of those you hit the ceiling with a bit of a oof.
Yeah.
But you're easily able to hold on to it. When you had manifested your power, probably as you're grabbed and thrown through the air, how does this power manifest for you? I'm just curious.
So it's just he just sort of like as he's being thrown, he just sort of does like a flying squirrel kind of thing where he just spreads his arms out and his hands just sort of start to like glow a little bit, and then as he gets up near the ceiling, it's just a little like noise, like a weird squish, and with every single step or move he makes, it's just a little like
if I heard that, I think if the ceiling is 100 feet high and I'm only 12 feet tall, you'd be out of
Actually-
sight. So if I heard a I might have thought I killed you on the ceiling.
Can I change that? Can I change the way that happens?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
yours,
no,
man.
No, I think I like that.
No, it's your power. It looks how you would like it to look.
You don't have to
Alright.
make noises. You
I was
walk
thinking of
out.
that. You remember that sticky splat kind of stuff? You know,
Like Gak or something.
So it's gonna make the same noise, but the way that it happens is different. So Mortifer throws me up, and as I'm going to the top, or as I'm going through the air, I just spit on my hands. And then I just stick to the ceiling.
Jack Mortimer might have. Well, whoops.
Wait, Jack just kind of walks away. Sorry. What? You might have what?
I I think I threw the little halfling too strongly.
Where is he? And I start like looking for the body.
Mortifer just
You didn't even see him get thrown.
I was
Like,
probably
literally,
like looking around doing
oh,
my
I think
own
I'm gonna, and then you hear, "Ah!"
I'm up here. I'm sticking to the ceiling. I'm just gonna look up here real quick. I'm gonna see if we can find another chamber, another exit, or anything up here,
Oh,
just to
Mortifer,
make sure.
you're fine.
Mortifer did not kill him.
Did you try?
Mortifer put his back into it.
You can do it. Put your back into it. All right. So, climbing around on the ceiling. Roll me another perception check, please, sir.
18.
So climbing up there, you see that there is no release up here in the sense that there is no actual like exit that somebody can easily crawl through. There's no like big tunnel or anything like that coming out. However, you do notice that the obsidian up here also has a strange design going into it. Beforehand, you notice the pock marks that kind of almost seems like the obsidian was like disintegrating or whatever it was. Up here, you notice the obsidian has thicker holes inside of them. Not the same kind of like tiny little pegs. These ones are thicker holes that look like almost like maybe iron rods in like a 1 inch diameter, like rods were like shoved through or pulled out of or whatever. It's very strange looking because it's just a very different design, much thicker holes, and just kind of like holding up a light and trying to shine it in a way that you can see in. It goes up pretty far, like whatever it was this design is going through, and there's many of them, not like one or two. There's many of these holes.
And how big
They
are
go pretty
these?
far. About 1 inch in diameter.
No, but the entire like obsidian piece, I mean. Or is it just like the entire ceiling is still like raw obsidian?
It's a mix between obsidian and other stone that's here.
Okay.
Yeah, because obsidian is like mined out.
I think he was asking how big's the area of obsidian that has the iron, the hole.
So it's not like one specific area. It's like a big area that has chunks of obsidian inside of it.
And all of the different chunks of obsidian up here have those holes.
Yeah, but because you asked that question, you have a decent perception. Your character actually spends a couple extra moments looking around and literally tracing the steps, almost like you were trying to find the actual circumference of effect. And it seems pretty uniform, almost like there was a very specific circular area of effect, a radius, wherein the rods where the rod-like design was affected. You know what I mean? So you know that if you go to the very center, as far as you can tell what's the center, and you walk exactly, say, 23 of your paces in one direction, and then you walk, it'll come to a stop. If you turn around and walk 26 paces the other direction, it'll come, sorry, I meant 46 paces the other direction, it'll stop. So it's like a very finite area that had this happen.
Can I investigate or look at the spot where it looks like a chunk was missing?
Absolutely. You go over there and you look at the same thing, and it's a similar idea. Mortifer goes over and looks at where the chunk is missing, kind of like extends his arms, like, as wide as he can, and almost like he can touch the edge of one side and just kind of like looking at it and rubbing his fingers along. It seems like, once again, a very specific area was affected.
Can I try to, if I roll perception here, I want to try to make out what made this chunk go out, whether it was a physical weapon of some kind, or if it looked like a spell, or if it looks like it just was zapped out of place.
That's dungeoneering, because it's almost like stone cutting you're trying to do.
Okay. Knowledge dungeoneering.
Si, senor.
Oh, this will be good.
Always is with you. Hey,
that's actually pretty
that is not bad.
So what you can tell, looking at this, if this was cut out by anything, if it was cut by a tool, it would have been a blade. Because it's not perfectly smooth by any stretch, but blades very rarely perfectly cut anything unless it's an extremely fine blade, right? But it's not ripped out, it's not chunked out, it almost feels like it was carved out with a somewhat rough blade. Imagine like a melon baller.
What? My brain wants to go like somebody's like fucking like obsidian mancer. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know what could do that, but it does sound like it's like an obsidian shaping person, maybe, who's taking their shit out on the town. Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to, like, I genuinely don't know what, I mean, stone shape could work to at least cut stone out, but how to bring it to life like that? No, that's opals, right? That necromancers use?
Yep, opals,
Yeah,
black
not
opals.
obsidian.
So you think about that too, and you're like stone shape. And
Yeah,
you,
I'm starting to gun through, like, what I know.
You go over to it yourself, and kind of like with Mortifer and you talking back and forth and running your fingers along, and you're like, unless, because stone shape allows you to do some stuff, but without like a really good craft check, like, and you think of Einer for a moment, stone shape might be literally what could be used to do something like this. Without somebody being particularly skilled, maybe that's what it was, or something along those lines. Maybe.
And then what could animate it? What could animate obsidian? Golem spells, but A, my character would never ever have heard of those things, and B, if we're dealing with that, that's scary. I don't know. Like, can I make an Arcana check to have an idea, a knowledge Arcana?
What would animate it? Sure. Why don't you roll me spellcraft?
Spellcraft's fine too. I'll take it.
Good roll.
26.
So you think that there are a bunch of different ways that so animation, which is not a particular spell, right?
Right, of course.
For creating golems, spell guardian, shield guardian, stuff like that. That's not a particular spell. It's a huge ritual with tons of spells, lots of gold, so on and so forth, to make that happen, right? But there are simple animation spells that somebody could just do. Obsidian can also be used as a material component, broken up for other things. There are a lot of different things that you can do with it. Unfortunately, even with a spellcraft that high, it's one of those like, if somebody was to stone shape pull this out of the wall, okay, I have a huge melon balled chunk of obsidian that's sitting in front of me. But it's not just obsidian, right? Because the obsidian was pulled out of the wall, and that gives you a moment to step back and look, because your spellcraft check. They pulled this out, but I'm thinking obsidian mancer. Then you look at the ground that's right there, and you do see there's a bit of rubble that's left behind. The other stone that would have been carved out at the same time that this obsidian was
would have
got left behind.
Yeah, all right.
Leaving chunks that are there, and looking at the back of it, you can almost like see like the part, and almost like pick up and find out, this was actually a back chunk that would have fit here. That's strange. As for actual spells, literally animate object could do something like that. People can use spells like fabricate to take raw materials and turn them into something, and then animate that object. Along those lines, you would imagine that anybody who's a transfigurer would be able to transmuter.
Well, now Jack wants to leave the mine because he's starting to try to piece together. He's starting to play Sherlock, I guess. He has at least a hypothesis. I would need to know exactly when this all started. Because in Jack's mind, he's trying to tie it to larger world events. The world is mostly devoid of magic for many a reason. However, we all know that with the death of the Sorceress Queen and whatever the hell Einer and they were doing, things were starting to get weird. And I wonder if there was some blowback from all of that, and maybe there's somebody here who either inherited or is pissed about everything that's starting to take their vengeance back on the town. I don't know.
Mortifer will catch you now. Jack wants to leave.
Jack waves like, let him. We're not in a rush. Let him take care of his thing. Pudge,
Never mind. Mortifer won't catch you now.
Roll me a perception check, all three of you.
Sure.
You guys are wow, that's really good for all of you.
Yeah, wow.
It's 22, 22, 24. Jeez. So anyways, while you guys are there, Mortifer won't catch you now. It's as you yell that, and it kind of echoes around or whatever. Then you guys hear the echo going, but then you also hear a bit of a scraping noise. And it's one of those like, what was that? And it draws your attention to this almost constant scraping noise that you hear. And then it draws your attention over to the doorway that you guys had originally walked in, the chamber, the entrance to this chamber that you're in. As you look in that direction, you start to see a form is coming into the chamber. Looking up and to see what it is, clearly it's a creature of obsidian, just like the other ones that you've encountered, but it's really hard for you to make out what this is. It doesn't make sense to you right now, but what you do know is that as soon as it perceives you perceiving it, it starts to spring into action. What I need everybody to do is, as always, highlight your minis.
Just pat and Mortifer on the ass, like, get him, Tiger. Go, go and save me.
How long have I been on the ceiling for?
Honestly, like 5 minutes. You still got a couple minutes left, and just in combat, 1 round is 6 seconds, so
Okay.
2 minutes is 20 rounds. It's a long time.
Okay.
Oh.
Wait. So the thing that's coming in knows that we're there.
Correct. It clearly like it noticed you guys and it sprung into action.
Okay.
Okay. And you highlight your mini Pudge, and then click initiative. So we have a 19, a 10, and a 9. Beautiful. And with that, why don't we actually take our second break?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, guys, grab your drinks, do what you got to do. We'll be right back.
We'll see you in a sec. But I want to smash now.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, let's see what this thing in this obsidian cave is.
Let's see. Let's see.
See if it answers our question or if it's just a beast.
And let me roll the initiative for it because I'm a terrible person. I'm just going to use the Minotaur mini, but that doesn't mean it's a Minotaur. So don't get yourselves excited thinking it's the Minotaur, Minotaur, Minotaur. Slash roll. Okay, so that means Mortifer, you're able to go first. Let me paint the scene for you. As this massive size thing is making its way into the cave, it starts to pull itself into the actual chamber, the actual outside of the doorway. So you heard a constant scraping, and then it pulls itself through the doorway and into the actual chamber. And as it starts to bring itself up to its full height, you realize just how incredibly massive this thing is. I mean, just taking a quick glance at it, this thing is standing up, what, 20-ish feet tall, somewhere along those lines, like towering over even Mortifer himself. It is incredibly thick in girth. The whole thing just is moving chunks of obsidian, not moving gracefully too fluidly or anything like that, just like big chunks of rock grinding and scraping, making these horrible noises as almost like glass is scraping on glass as it moves. Brings itself to its full bear and then starts to like move forward towards the party. Now, Mortifer, you were kind of like not in too terribly far away because you had to get to an area where you felt as though you could safely throw him to the ceiling. But you are standing at probably about a good 80 feet from where this creature is, and the terrain between you and it is not exactly the most forgiving. So it is a bit it's rough terrain, so you move at half speed trying to get over towards it. Jack, you were even a little bit further in from that, but 100 feet from this thing. You were actually up on the ledge, where it was that you were investigating, whatever.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have to deal with rough terrain going up directly towards the thing. But I imagine you're hanging back anyways.
Yeah, hell no, I'm not getting anywhere near that thing.
And for you, you have to move at half speed because you're using wall walker.
Mhm.
Okay. So,
And
but
it can't reach me probably because you said it's 20 feet and I'm like
You're 100 feet up.
obviously.
correct. And honestly, to be clear, because we have to use two mechanics for you. If you were to run directly towards it, of course at half speed, if you were to run directly towards it, the distance in feet between you and it is probably around 150. But by the way the crow flies, if from you to it, is probably closer to say, to its head, because of its height, is probably closer to say 110 feet. You know what I mean? 90 feet, 110 feet, somewhere in there. You could easily move up enough that your bow would be in range to shoot the thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Wade, it's your turn.
I'm gonna go ahead and vigor up.
Get it, big boy.
All the way.
Yep, I used 9 power points to get myself 45 temporary hit points.
Beautiful.
And I think the last time I remember this thing moving really fast, so I don't know if I can also do this at the same time, but I think Mortifer is gonna hold up his hammer and prepare for this thing to charge at him. So I can't give up my I can't get a second action by giving up my movement, right? It's the only other way around. I can give my action to move twice, but I can't give up movement to act twice. So,
Correct, but I believe you do have the ability to gain another action by spending a mythic point, don't you?
I do. I just don't know if I want to use it for this. So I think I'm gonna.
Because you can't technically prepare the action to attack it yet, but I think you have a mythic power that allows you to.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I can't just give myself an action. I think I have to attack with it.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, you can move some, but you're saying no. I'm gonna beef up and hang back.
I'm gonna stand there and wait for this thing to charge at me, and for right now.
Gotcha.
I don't know if it can get to me in one turn, but if it can't, that's okay. There's one more thing I want to do before I.
Are you at the power level where you can now swift action enlarge, or are you still not powerful?
Can I do that as a swift?
What's the power points for it? Oh wait, you can only spend. Yeah, you can spend more in a turn, just only so much in one go. Yeah, so
I do not know the answer to that, but it's only 1 power point to enlarge.
But what's it cost extra to do a swift?
6 extra, so it would be 7. I don't know if I want to use 7 to do it right now. I'll just wait till this thing's coming at me and do it next turn.
Okay, so that's going to be your turn, Jack. He stayed exactly where he was, about 80 feet from this thing, including rough terrain of climbing up to where it is.
So it's not coming at me.
Well, it hasn't moved yet.
Yeah. And Mortifer's in between. I really don't have a lot of options against this thing. Man. I think I'm just gonna hold my turn. I'm gonna wait.
Okay.
Because I have an idea if it wants to kill me, but I don't want to play my hand too early. So yeah, I'll hold my turn.
Okay. So you literally hang back. You prepare an action. I
Yeah,
imagine.
you see him reach into his jacket for a vial of some sort, likely, but just kind of keeps his calm and keeps his eyes on the situation and isn't ready. It doesn't act too hastily.
Purge, what do you do?
Purge.
I'm gonna use dissolving weapon.
What does it take to enact that? I didn't look it up. What's the action? The casting action. This is manifesting time on the tab.
One standard action.
So you would do that instead of attacking, which is perfectly fine. You're welcome to do that.
Yes, I am gonna do that actually.
What's the duration of it?
Instantaneous.
Because it's probably your next attack, right? That hits.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
I like it.
Wait, rain. Never mind. Wait, I just made a mistake. Well,
The range is for personal. Like it affects your weapon, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So if you knock and fire an arrow, it works. It's good.
Okay. Cool.
Yep. You're good. All right, cool. So you do that. Do you want to move up at all to make sure it's within range when you make an attack?
Oh wait, but this one it affects one held weapon.
You're holding your bow.
Okay, cool. So it's fine. Okay. I am gonna move up. Just within because I'm not within firing distance right now, right? I'm
Correct.
Far.
And half speed for you is 10 feet.
Cool. Yeah. So I'm gonna move up. Can I just basically? Does this? Yeah. Can I basically try and just get directly above it? How far away from it am I?
Can't quite get to above it yet because it's against the wall.
Okay.
But if it moves inwards, then yes, you could probably do that. But you can start moving in that direction at least.
Cool.
Okay. So you start moving 10 feet in that direction, and that brings us to the creature. What the creature does, because it's not like this creature moves particularly fast.
Right.
What this creature does is it takes like two kind of like slow hulking steps forward and then launches itself off of the ledge where it's standing. Because again, there was like I said, a big chamber. You walk into the middle of it, and then there's a down and the up. So it launches itself off of the ledge where it was standing, which traverses it, down to the ground, to the same level ground that Mortifer is standing on. When it hits the ground, it almost like shatters as it hits the ground. Just being obsidian, but like reforms itself, standing back up in front of you. So it hits at this loud thud and this huge, loud, shattering noise. You can only imagine how far down the caves that this thing echoes because how incredibly loud it is. It's actually so cacophonous that it's almost deafening for you guys in there. Could everybody make me a fortitude saving throw?
Oh.
It makes sense that Mortifer, being the closest to them, that it would hit him the hardest, the others being a little bit further. It is so cacophonous that Mortifer is literally, ears are ringing. He kind of like how a flashbang would affect you. You're actually going to be deaf for 1d6 rounds. So you literally can't hear anything for 4 rounds.
Okay.
As your deafens. That shouldn't affect you too much because you don't cast spells or anything, so that's not going to have any other effect other than
to guide me or tell me something, I will have no idea.
Yeah, for
exactly.
4 rounds, yeah.
Exactly. So because of how cacophonous it is. After it lands on the ground, shattering, making that loud noise, and reforms itself, it takes another couple of steps forward. So it goes from what was effectively 80 feet away to being effectively about 50 feet away from you.
Okay.
And that's unfortunately its full turn because it's a slow-moving big boy. Now that it's closer, you kind of get a better look at it, and you're looking at this creature, and it's kind of hard to make out the details of what it is. On your turns, you're able to make perception checks until somebody maybe figures it out.
Okay. Is Pudge now directly above him because he lurched in?
Not yet, but next round he'll be able to move in a little bit closer and so on.
Gotcha.
Wade, it's your turn, sir.
How big is this thing compared to me?
It's 20 feet tall approximately, so it is, almost half again your height. Or about half again your height, sorry.
Okay, well, not for long, because you just pointed out that I can use enlarge, and I can do it twice now. So, Ethan, I don't think you've ever got to see Mortifer do this.
Oh, wait, what?
The cave is big enough.
That's 7 power points, and if I can do it to Swift, I can do it as a full action. So, Ethan, if you see Mortifer below, he's kind of like tapping his head because like he can't. You don't know what's going on, but he like tapped his head a little bit, and he looks a little bit concerned. But then you see this 11'9" man start to grow and grow and grow until let's see, he's about 12 feet tall. So until he's about, I don't know, his head is about half the distance to you.
So you're 50 feet tall?
About 48 feet tall he can get to now.
Woo! Jesus Christ!
yeah.
This
So,
Jack has never seen Mortifer get this big either.
44 feet tall.
This is the biggest you've gotten as well,
What
right?
is it double? It's 12 to 24, 24 to 48.
Let him grow. Let him
47.
grow.
So now I guess I've got to change this to gargantuan.
Jesus.
And Scott, that didn't change on my sheet the way I would have thought it did. It didn't change my stats at all. It changed my size.
I noticed that when I was playing with what's his face here, Ethan, his character sheet. The roll 20s, this character sheets that we're using seems to be broken to the extent that changing size is not automatically changing all
It
the other
changes
things.
my weapon and attacks, like the modifier it changes, but
Correct.
it changed my strength and dex.
Which it also should be affecting your AC. Like your AC would go down by 2 because your 2 size categories larger. So what you can do is under
I was gonna put
conditions.
temp.
Well, you can do temp, which is going to be what, a +4 for you right now, and a -4 dex for you right now. Is that what the spell says?
Wait, AC did just change.
Oh, did it now?
Yeah, because that was a 19, now it's a 16.
Oh, it just took a minute for it to click in. Oh, it finally did. Oh, maybe it's because I clicked conditions and closed it afterwards. So did your strength go up? No. So one of the cool things that we can actually do is part of buffs, this little thing that I opened up over here. We can worry about this later. Doesn't have to be right now. You can actually literally put enlarge and then double enlarge in there. So you can click one button. It takes care of all that crap for you. Which is
Oh,
kinda
okay.
nice.
For the time being, though, I'll just type it into for temp.
Which
So
I believe is
whenever I get-
+4 strength and -4 dex, right?
Yeah.
Which will also affect your chance to hits and everything, I believe. So, so I believe your maul should be still.
Overall, I lose 1 chance to hit on my maul.
Yeah, because you went from -1 size to -4 size, and you went from and
22
got
strength
back.
to 26 strength. So
Correct.
I gain +3 back in my strength boost, but I lose 4 with the size difference. So
Correct. Sexy. Love it. Okay. So Wade, as a standard action, so that's again your turn. You make yourself much larger. The creature's about 50 feet from you. You can move at half speed if you would like.
I'm gonna, have to
I'm going to
manually
say
roll
that
damage
you're
if I
so
hit.
large that rough terrain is not going to affect you at this point. You can
Okay.
just step over that.
I'm gonna have to manually roll damage though, because we don't have inputs here for the amount of damage a gargantuan creature does.
Give me 1 second. So let me go Pathfinder weapons.
Because from large to huge, it goes from 3d6 to 4d6, and the other modifier is the same.
I believe it goes up 2 more steps because gargantuan is supposed to be a bigger jump. Because your weapon is usually what, a great sword?
38 feet tall. This is awesome. I'm gonna go play basketball for a living, Mom.
Because for a large size weapon, it's usually you could use a great sword, right? Or great maul. So it's usually what, 3d8 is your normal?
3d6 is my normal.
Oh, that's right. Because a maul is a d10 based weapon or 2d6 based weapon. That's right. My apologies. So it's 3d6, so 46. So it's not telling me what it does above that. I imagine it just immediately goes to 66. So it doesn't go up 1. I believe it goes
How
up
much do
2
I
at this
weigh
point.
now? Because my weight goes up by a count of 10, right? I go from 1,500 pounds to,
Let's hope this slightly hollow floor doesn't cave in then.
I think it's times
Yeah.
8. My weight would be times 8 and then times 8 again. Is that
Here,
right?
I'll do it
Because
real
my-
quick on my phone then.
So it'd be 1,590 times 8, and then that number times 8, I think.
1590 times 8 times 8 again?
I think so, because that times 8 is how big I am when I'm.
Gargantuan, yeah, I was right. So Gargantuan is one of those big steps where the modifier doesn't go up by, doesn't give you a +1, -1 penalty, -2 penalty, but your damage doesn't go from 46 to 56. It goes to 66 is your base damage.
You'd be 101,000 pounds. 101,760 exactly.
Times 8, yeah.
That's he'd be
If you want to
101.
assassinate somebody, just put me on the roof, and I'll just enlarge and crush the building on them.
Well, my concern is that the floor is gonna fucking cave in on us because you're
No,
101,000.
the floor is a cave.
Right, but I thought you said it was hollow underneath, or somewhat
No,
hollow.
the wall, that wall area was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank God.
yeah.
Then that's fine.
Yeah.
So
There is no obsidian on the ground. It was all the walls, the ceilings, stuff like that. The ground would have already been mined long ago.
Well then, whew.
So I'm a big boy now.
You're a
Yeah, so
giant-
66 is your base damage, Wade. So even if you just, for your own simplicity, just want to, whatever attack you're going to attack with, just change it to from whatever it was to 66 and just use that for now. Okay? All right, moving on. What is and just remember which one it is, and we can give you another one later on. All right, Wade, you made yourself really friggin' big for your standard action. You still have your move and your swift action left, and rough terrain doesn't affect you at this point.
Can
So
he
now
can he
that
also
I'm
mythic
this
and
big,
swing?
What is this thing? How close is it to my range?
Oh God! All right, so reach for a large for a gargantuan tall.
Yeah.
Reach.
Sorry, everybody, but I had to show off this ability.
This is a new ability. I've never seen you get this big before.
I,
Knowledge, Wade.
I think even Mortimer would be caught off guard by how big he's.
He's like, it doesn't stop.
So reach for gargantuan creatures is for tall 20 feet, and then technically your hammer is, because it's a reach weapon, doubles that. So you can hit something up to 40 feet away, and it is 50 feet from you. So you literally walk up 10 feet, which is easy for you at this point. You literally just kind of like
How
shimmy.
big is my movement still 20 feet? Because that's really funny to think about the fact that like one step is all I can move in a turn.
Think of Ant-Man in one of the Avengers movies where he gets bigger, and how slow
That's true.
he moves, right?
All right.
Just swing. Can you mythic point and take an attack?
I
He
can.
can as swift action, yeah.
I can, but here's the if you guys.
And the
wanna
cool
know,
thing
I
is it
can't
also
have the
ignores
bag.
DR.
Yes, standard
But I
move.
can also, if I don't do that, I can also use it to block an attack and then get a free counter attack that ignores DR. So it's either I use it and just get the attack, or I can use it and ignore DR and get the attack. Because I don't think I can use it for both, right? One's a swift and one's an immediate.
Correct.
So
In
I can
5e, you get both, and older editions, you get one or the other each turn.
Yeah. So I can only do one of the two.
Which is why we gave Ethan 0 powers with immediate actions. Didn't want to confuse him.
Yeah. So, man. I think I will, I think I'll just stand here and wait. I'm gonna let this thing come to me.
Okay. So
Playing
now you're
defensive
this.
is the way to go, man. I'm telling you.
I'm 48 feet tall, and I'm just gonna sit here and be like, fucking come at me.
Do you say anything, Wade?
He's gonna look up and see like Ethan. He can't hear anything. His like head's ringing, but oh hi, Pudge. Like, now
Because you're deaf, do you do one of those overcompensation things?
Probably. I'm probably very loud.
Yeah. Oh, hi,
I'm gargantuan. So if I'm loud, that'd probably like ring the whole goddamn
Yep.
room.
Yeah.
Yep.
The whole room is literally shaking from your overcompensating, deafened, loud, gargantuan-sized voice that's echoing inside of here. Moments ago, this thing was towering over you, about 50% larger than you are, which is more or less how tall Wade is in real life to Mike. But then all of a sudden, you just got literally 2.5 times its height. So it's pretty crazy how big you
Can I roll
are.
perception to see if it pissed itself.
It doesn't pee.
Damn
But
it.
with his
It doesn't
loud yelling, it's so loud with where you're standing, with your face, Jack, that you can literally see the like hollowed out obsidian next to him is literally cracking because it's so weak in its durability because of how it's been like this strange hollowed outness. It's literally cracking and part shattering from just his loud booming voice.
I can't even say shut up because he's deaf for 3 more rounds.
You might
don't
not
know
know
that.
that though.
That's true. That's true. Well, Jack. Oh, it's my turn next anyway. Jack will
I'm
probably
a fucking world boss right now. This is awesome.
just shouts like, "Mortimer, stop talking!" But also literally will not get involved because I'm in the safest spot in this cave right now. I'm in a little nook. I've got a giant 48.
Tall. You guys like the size of my toe?
Yeah, you're 48
Yeah.
feet tall. What am I gonna run up there with my obsidian dagger and take a couple jabs at this 20-foot tall thing? This is why we travel together, man. But now Pudge, it's his turn.
All right.
It's your turn. You can move up another 10 feet or so to get yourself nice and comfortable. And honestly, the probably most intimidating part is looking down, seeing how, I don't know how you're going to react to this, seeing how massive he is. But one of the things you know is if he wanted to, he could just take his hammer and just go.
Yeah. So Pudge looks down and he's just like, oh, he got big. That's cool. And so he is going to, wait, what was the?
Because you did what? Dissolving weapon on your last?
Dissolving weapon. Is that -3?
It was 3. What level power is it? Second level power?
Power points 3.
Yep, 3 power points. Yep.
Okay.
because it's second level
Okay.
power.
So yeah, so I did that, and then I am going to wait. I am going to use many shot, I think, and try and just fire. So I'm sort of directly above it right now, right? Or kind of.
You move in your move action, and then you are. So yes.
So yeah, I'm just gonna aim down at its head and just use many shot, and try and make its skull bleed a little bit.
Cool.
There we go. Okay, 29, and then damage, right?
Absolutely. That definitely hits.
Great roll.
That's a sexy roll. So because of the fact that you have many shot, the way that this works, I'll let you do your other attacks, then we'll describe it in a second. Roll your second attack for me, sir.
Oh, my second attack.
How does
Rapid
mini
shot.
shot work?
I'll describe it in a second after we're done. Oh, actually,
You just said
dissolving
that.
weapon, it affects your first attack that hits. What's
Oh,
the
yeah.
damage?
Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
What's your extra damage from dissolving? Because it's your first attack that hits.
I don't know.
It should say it right on the power. So if you have the tab open or whatever.
The PowerPoint's 3, power resistance no.
So right in the chunky, the meaty part of the text.
There isn't any meaty part of the text.
Let me look it up for you. So
Alright.
this is Pathfinder dissolving weapon. It says, it says as dissolving touch. So clicking dissolving touch, 46 acid damage. So what I want you to do is slash. You're literally gonna write in Roll20 chat /roll ROLL space 4d6 enter. You could have spent more power points for more damage, but meh. Awesome. Now do your second attack with your character.
Okay, so I'm gonna do rapid shot. Okay.
Oh, I was like, is that one? Nope. Okay. Do your damage.
And damage.
And then do me a favor, your third attack, and then we'll describe everything.
Okay.
I'm also going to have to do math real quick. Oh, I thought that was upsetting. What's the AC? So I think the third attack actually misses. Third attack
And
actually.
then damage again.
Nope, the third attack actually misses.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now let me just add this up. So it's 14 plus 12 is 26 plus 11 is 37 plus 11 is 48 points of damage. Cool. So, and where's that number?
Do we know how much HP it has?
No, you do not. But you do know that you did 48 points of damage to it.
Sweet.
That's a big hit.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. So the
I
way
have
rapid shot.
69 hit points, by the way, guys.
Oh, it fits Pudge perfectly.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Do you remember whenever he rolled hit points? I think he actually rolled really shittily, and he's like, I wish I could redo that, and he re-rolled it and got a 69. You're like, you know what? I never allow that, but because it's 69, you can keep it, Ethan. That was
I would never. That sounds childish. That sounds immature. I'm 33, Wade. I would never do that.
You absolutely did do it.
Thank you, Ethan. I'm nice to have someone agree with me for once.
All right. So the way that mini shot works is literally the first time he takes a shot with his arrow, he doesn't hit with one arrow. He actually knocks 2 arrows simultaneously, draws and fires. So both arrows hit simultaneously, which is beautiful because even though precision-based damage like sneak attack and whatnot only applies once, if there's a magical effect from his bow, which there is, that actually applies to each individual arrow.
Does that mean dissolve would apply to both?
No, because it's the first attack that hits.
Oh.
Yeah.
Even if the first attack is 2 arrows at once?
First attack that hits, first individual shot that hits,
Okay.
or attack that hits.
I
Yeah.
tried. Ethan.
No, you're fine. So, the bows, but he also anything he gets for like say the marksman has a lot of abilities. It adds damage, whatever it is. If he was to add strength or dex damage, all that stuff would apply more than just once. It would apply to both individual arrows, which is beautiful. So this is why you see the 14 and the 12 there for many shot. He gets 2 attacks just because of his higher level and because his rapid shot that gives him a third attack. So he's actually firing 4 arrows in 1 round doing this. Okay, so with all the attacks, the dissolving, everything is 48 points of damage. The beautiful part is he also has a feat called clustered shot, which means all of his attacks pretends like they're only one attack for the sake of damage reduction. Because technically, that's 4 arrows. So technically, if there was a DR5 or something like that, you would remove 5 from each individual arrow, which would suck horribly as a person making all these little bee sting attacks. But he treats it as once. DR is only applied once, which makes him that much more effective. Anyway, so you knock your first 2 arrows, you fire them with acid trailing behind them as they build kinetic energy as they go. You knock a second arrow, releasing that with the kinetic energy immediately behind it. And then that third arrow, you loose right behind the other ones. But unfortunately, it reacted just as you're firing that third shot, reacts to the first 2 arrows, hitting it as the thing smashing into a kinetic energy, bursting and shattering a whole bunch of obsidian around the thing, acid boiling into the actual obsidian, putting its own little pock marks and dripping some obsidian down off of its body. The third arrow just barely missing underneath what we would call its armpit if it was fully anatomically like a person, hitting the ground behind, having its own little burst into the ground behind the thing. It clearly takes a good chunk of damage, but not enough to set this thing to rest. It is still moving. And it is going to move forward and to make its way towards Wade to attack him.
Good luck, Wade.
It moves up 10 feet, which gets into Wade's threatened area, and then continues moving towards Wade.
Swing, Wade.
So I don't get an attack of opportunity,
Yeah,
right?
you do. Yeah, you do.
Absolutely do.
Because your threatened range is much bigger than where your body is.
Yep.
All right, I'll take it. Hold on. Let me see how I've got so many AoE things. Let me see if any of them give me any bonuses to AoE. I know I can make any number of additional attacks of opportunity. So hold on. If this thing, let's say this thing has a range of like 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And I can hit it when it gets within 40 feet of me.
Mm-hmm.
So when it first gets into range at 40 feet, I can make an attack of opportunity. With my ability, can I make one for every additional square it moves toward me?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Swing away, baby boy.
Oh, I will swing away.
So let's do it like this way, so it makes perfect sense for you. Your threatened area is what was it, 40 feet, right?
Yeah. And this thing's big though, so I'm not gonna get that many because it's a big thing like me, but I'll get 1 or 2 in.
So do you see that little box that I put on you on the actual map? Let me just make sure I measured this out correctly. So
Can you
from your
give it
center,
1 too?
what?
Can you give it 1 too so I can see its range? Just so
I definitely will. Give me one
Sorry,
second.
I know you guys can't see what we're looking at, but basically we have like a little map and he's just showing me that I've got what the square around me looks like, and he's gonna put a square around the creature so that way I can see when the 2 squares are like can interact.
Exactly. Okay. So and then the actual creature itself is what, huge sized, I believe. Let me just confirm that.
That's
Is
the size I
huge
use.
size. And so as huge size, that means it has its own reach of 15 feet. Okay. So grabbing a huge size creature with which will be this guy right here. I'm going to give it its own little radius so we can see where it goes. And I do apologize. There's no visuals. Maybe Mike can. I don't know if there's any way for you to throw visuals up there. Probably not.
Not with our current Dark Sun overlay setup problem.
No, that's fine.
It's just 2 circles of different sizes interacting. So I'm just trying to see if I get 1 or 2 attacks of opportunities, basically.
Yep.
To this point, ready? Not threatened or anything. Mm-hmm. Oh, where am I? No attack of opportunity yet. Attack of opportunity.
Yep. I don't see a circle around it though. So
that's because you guys can't see. So let me do an advanced. Maybe players can see. Let me do a.
Or you can just tell me, since the chat can't see, you don't have to give me the visual.
Can you see it now?
Yes. Okay, so there's an attack of opportunity. That's 1.
Okay, make your attack roll against me, sir.
Okay, and this is just.
This is the ridiculousness of Wade's character.
Yep, pretty much.
All right, so I'm just using a regular attack with my maul. I can't use any of my abilities to buff it, so it's just a regular.
Hopefully you roll poorly, and you do. Awesome. So Mortimer's first attack against this thing is in fact a miss.
A 20?
This thing's coming at him, and he's actually the thing's shambling towards him, and Mortimer swings his hammer. But even though Mortimer is absolutely massive in size, and so the head of his hammer is just literally the size of a person. The head of his hammer is. Yeah. But he moves so slowly, despite how slow this thing moves, it still is able to just barely evade the attack of Mortimer. And so Mortimer, it moves closer. Give me a second attack of opportunity.
Okay. Get back. That's a hit.
That is definitely going to be a hit. You do your attack, sir.
Okay. I couldn't change the damage easily, so I'm just gonna do the roll. It's 66 plus 14.
Mortifer had grabbed a feat called Mythic Combat Reflexes because he has combat reflexes, but kind of a garbage deck, so it's not worth most people. But with Mythic combat reflexes, he can do it infinitely.
And whenever I change sizes, things like this happen, where you can, I can make multiple against the same enemy.
Yep.
So there's 37 on that.
Ouchies. 66 plus 14 hurts. Thank you very much, sir. It moves up again. Make your attack of opportunity.
Jesus, I love this so much.
And it's because we're technically.
Really wish I could have buffed my
Man.
Oh no!
He's dead?
Oh wait, no, you're confirmed. Do you have anything that modifies that confirmation, sir?
I
Can-
didn't confirm.
But you can add a D8 and mythic point it and ensure you can. What are you? What am I gonna take that away from him? That's like
Come on!
crit that, buddy.
Ah!
I was just trying to see real quick if I have to use a mythic point to use my multiple AoEs or not. Attacks opportunity, rather.
No. I'm pretty sure that happens at all points in time as part of the mythic feat.
Yeah, I think it is too. I have so many of these things. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna use my mythic point to surge. I can only surge once per thing, right?
Your character just got wider on my screen.
Don't you judge him.
Well, that's because the original artwork wasn't good for making minis, and so I was just trying to make it so math made sense.
He needed
Yeah.
to be a square, basically, and he's a rectangle.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna surge, which is in fact a 1d8, I believe.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay. I think I can only use one surge
Yep.
here, so.
Cool. Yep. Plus 1d8, sir.
Ah, it's a
Ooh.
1!
Is there anything else you can do to modify this roll, Wade? Is there anything else you can do to modify this roll, Wade?
I can offer not to punch the DM when I see him in Jacksonville next week.
Wait. You don't scare me, son. You don't scare me.
Wait till you see how I enlarge in person.
Let me just. Oh,
No,
whoa.
no.
Whoa. Hold on a second.
Mm-mm.
No, I don't think I can. Unless I can use a display of strength at a 20 circumstance bonus to this.
You technically can. That's another mythic point.
For a crit confirm, that counts?
It's a strength check, and that includes attack rolls, unless it says otherwise on
I didn't
the
know the
thing.
confirm counted as an attack roll, does it?
It's a D20 roll that's based
I
off
would've
of
done that
strength.
first. If I known that, I could do that. I could automatically confirm.
Does it say that you can do that for attack rolls? Just read the ruling on it.
It says a plus 20 circumstance bonus on strength-based skill checks or strength ability checks, or I can use it to apply a plus 20 circumstance bonus to strength for a number of hours to increase my carrying capacity. But
Okay, so that actually does not apply to attack rolls. Ability
Skill
checks
or
and
ability?
skill checks do not apply to attack rolls. Okay.
Okay.
So-
I mean, I have things that I can increase. Like I have spells, but I don't think I can use a spell here because this is an attack of opportunity, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I didn't crit, unfortunately. I still hit.
It's a bummer. It's a bummer.
It's okay.
I don't think I can
What did I
fucking
even roll on the crit?
Wade. It's AC's 21. I just wanted you to burn more powers.
No, I knew I hit it with a 29.
No, you confirm with a 21. You confirm the crit with a 20
Oh,
plus
but
1,
I didn't know how
21.
to
Oh, you just have to beat its armor class a second time.
Yep.
Oh, I thought I had to roll like I thought I had to I thought I had to roll 2 back-to-back 20s.
No, you have to roll 20 first, and then you just need to beat its AC on the second roll.
Yep. Same as a normal attack. And just as a reminder,
I never understood that. I always thought it was 2
Oh,
your
no.
multipliers times 3. So you actually want to write is this, and I'll help you out for a second here. It's going to be, what's that going to be?
Oh, I'm gonna give myself that mythic point back since I can't use it for the strength-based one. I took 1 away for the surge. I didn't take 1 away or I took another 1 away that I couldn't use. So I'm at
I
8.
believe this is what you want to type. If you copy and paste that, that should work for you. I don't want to see what the result is going to be. It's absolutely frightening.
Do I need to type roll anywhere on this or just
Nope,
that?
just copy and paste exactly that with the brackets. I believe that'll work. Ah!
Whoa.
It worked.
Wow, man. 105.
I need to re-roll that 1. Can I re-roll that 1?
Wait, could you please describe to me what happens?
You guys ever seen Tiger Woods hit a golf ball in his prime?
You mean this year?
Oh yeah.
Is that
Hey
what it looked
everybody,
like? You just...
Tiger Woods here. I just won my 5th green jacket at Masters. Thank you all so much, Tiger Woods.
Yeah. So Mortimer swings. I think he hit the first one. Did I miss the second one? No, I missed the first one, then hit the next two. So he kind of clips him on the second one, but his hammer is so huge right now that even when he clipped it, he dealt what 37 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just fury in his eyes because it's like, what's your goddamn name? Pudge is up on the ceiling, and Mortimer's like,
You have to prove to him.
4 arrows at this thing. I will not be denied again. So he just continues his motion, swings around a full second time as this thing gets closer, and full contact. I mean, I don't know how big the maul is compared to this. How big is my maul when I'm 47 feet tall? I imagine it's what, like a third of, it's probably like 10, 15 feet tall.
I mean, the head of a metal maul is honestly in real life is not that big. Maybe about the size of a Yeti microphone, right?
Yeah.
Of a typical human-sized maul. If it's a metal like hammerhead, it's probably the size of like a blue Yeti microphone, like not crazy big because it's heavy as hell. It's a sledgehammer made out of metal, right? That's kind of like compacts the because you're taking, it's like you're acting as a fulcrum for this, head that does like devastating blow. But then you double that size, the width of a blue Yeti for a large size creature, then double it again for the size of a huge size creature, then double it again for the.
Put it sideways. This is the big side of the maul. He's just flat out smacking this thing with. It is full out blunt damage, probably half the size of the creature, bigger, smaller, whatever, and just full contact with the top half of the creature. And after, there's no top half of the creature.
Well, the thing certainly explodes, just completely explodes in every direction.
Pudge is impressed.
Mortimer, make a reflex save.
Oh, it's gonna shatter into
size.
Well, I mean, a gargantuan-sized man is not going to be a very nimble one, so.
Oh no, my reflex is terrible right now.
Mortimer, as it explodes in every direction. A huge explosion. We're talking like a 30-foot radius, so 60-foot wide diameter, spherical diameter of explosion happens all around this thing.
What is this thing?
Technically, the bits of debris that explode off of it as the obsidian thing blows up goes well beyond that, but that's the radius that's dangerous. So literally, while you're up there on the ceiling, you throw your buckler in front of your face, Pudge, and block like a bunch of obsidian bouncing off of it, some of it bouncing off of your beautiful tattoos that you have. Over where you are, Jack, you literally like, oh shit, and you jump into the cutout area of the wall that's over there, and you jump behind and allow like everything to ting off the walls from where you are. Mortimer, you take it the full explosion in your face. 32 points of damage, which luckily for you, your temporary AC protects you from that. And so explodes everywhere around you.
That doesn't even matter. He's so happy. Mortimer's so happy.
Before you shrink back down, can Pudge jump onto your back from the ceiling?
Yeah.
Acrobatics check, sir.
All right, cool.
Is there an assist I can make to catch him? If I need to.
So
19.
You're welcome to if you want to try to reach up and like noticing it, try to grab him.
Yeah,
It depends on if he was stealthing down or if he was making it obvious.
You rolled a 3
Is
and you
he
still have a
still
19.
deaf?
He is.
Yeah.
And you're super stealthy. So
He has no idea you're dropping.
Oh, that's right. I wouldn't even know you were trying to jump down. But he would be looking. I don't know. Is there something I could roll to see if I would even notice he was trying to jump down? Just perception.
Well, because didn't you say that you were looking up at me to be like, hey?
Oh yeah, you especially. He wanted you to see that he killed this thing before it even got in there.
So you were already looking at me, yeah?
Yeah. There you go. 23.
she tickled that one. Did you see it almost rolled?
I did. It was like, nah.
Oh god. So anyways, this is a good thing because technically speaking, you don't know the rules, of course, yet, Ethan. For every 10 feet, you probably take 1d6 points of damage. But for every 15 on an acrobatics check, you reduce that damage by 10 feet or 1d6, right? So you were technically still dropping like another 50 feet, so 5d6.
Not
So
if I
what you
raise
could
my
have done
arm.
is kind of like either take damage when you hit his shoulder, or clumsily take no damage, kind of like slowing yourself down and grabbing the bottom. But what ends up happening is you drop down, and as you drop down, you kind of like hit his shoulder and start to like fall back off the shoulder ever so slightly, and he kind of like cups you in his hand. And then I don't know where he chooses to put you because
As
you're
close to the remaining rubble as possible so he can see the full extent of what I did with my hammer. Mortifer is not a humble man.
I mean, you were literally, because he's what, 3 foot whatever. You were like 12 times taller than he is,
Yeah.
right? Like 12 times taller than he is. That's like, I'm trying to think of a ratio. That's if you're
Well,
5 feet
actually,
tall,
I'm
you're 16
3
inches.
feet tall. I'm more like, 12 is a whatever. I'll let you do your math.
Isn't it 12? Am I wrong?
12 times 3 is 36. I'm 47 feet tall.
Jesus.
Jeez,
So we're like
man.
15 times taller?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's
Slightly less. It's more like 13, 14, something like that.
whatever it is. It's ridiculous. So you're thinking about somebody standing at exactly 5 feet tall, picking up like a 4-inch object. You know what I mean? Like that's small. So that's tiny. Anyways, easily holds you out and is able to let you see. Oh, oops.
Just kill him. Whoopsies.
So here you're seeing the debris that's there. You're kind of like taking in the awe of the moment. Go right ahead, Ethan.
Oh wait, what am I doing?
He's more or less he's presenting to you the corpse.
Oh, great. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. That's I ain't never seen anything quite like that before. Good job, Motorfoot. That was pretty badass.
Mortifer, he doesn't hear anything.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So, you don't know that though. Like you would definitely have said that to him, but you wouldn't know he can't hear.
Yeah.
Mortifer can kill, like booming at you. Mortifer can kill too. He's screaming because he can't hear himself right now, but whatever. He doesn't care. He's so proud, but he's yelling.
The wind from your crazy voice like makes my hair all weird. So I just sort of just like I put my hair back and then I just sort of like give you a thumbs up.
Leave you all speechless, did I? Well, that is what Mortifer intended. Ha 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 ha.
So the issue is that the combat itself was loud. The cacophonous explosion of the thing dying was loud. Mortifer yelling afterwards for a considerable amount of time was
Well,
loud.
that's not all he's doing. He's gonna like set his hammer down, but like proudly kind of slam it next to him.
Jesus. The whole ground vibrates.
Yeah, just like if he's like being crazy about it, Jack would run up to you and just slap you on the leg a bunch till you get your attention. Just be like,
What? Speak up, Jack.
oh, God. Are you shut up?
And as you guys are kind of like doing this sort of thing, you like shut up and like reflexively look over towards the cave mouth where, unfortunately, literally as you're saying that, like trying to get him to shut up, he's so loud you guys can't hear anything. You did not hear the buzzing of another swarm, same as before, coming in. Well, not the same as before. Looking at this swarm, that creature that you saw, you guys didn't really get a good look at it. 2 of you were kind of far back, and so on and so forth. You didn't really get a good look at what that creature was. And Mortifer was too busy, getting big, being surprised, and smashing. Right? But,
Swat at the
didn't get a
swarm.
good look at what it was.
Huge.
It didn't look like a minotaur like the other one was. But then looking at at this swarm looks, once again, strange to you. Before you couldn't quite tell what they were. This time you can't quite tell what they are, but there's that same exact swarm that's coming in your direction, and you see that sound of the scratching of stone on stone, almost like glass scraping against glass as their wings are beating very, very fast, and the swarm literally presents itself to where you guys are. Same as before, the swarm is about 80 feet away from where you guys were. You now all standing around Mortifer. One of you literally in Mortifer's hands, and the other one's standing by Mortifer's feet as this thing comes swarming.
Do we all see this at the same time?
Yeah. Well, Jack kind of looks over and probably starts pointing at it.
Is my hearing back? This would have been about 4 rounds-ish, right?
To which the other 2 would be looking up and seeing it. And it's kind of like as you're putting your focus over in that direction towards the swarm, you're starting to like, the ringing is subsiding to the scraping sound, the grinding sounds, and you can probably hear one of them cussing as they realize what's coming in. So that being said, why don't you guys can stick with the same initiative? There's no reason to roll a new one.
You can stick with the same one too if you want. That's fine.
That's a different guy. So,
No, it's fine.
oh
You can
my god, I did not roll much better.
Yay.
So the funny thing is, I actually rolled a 9. Now, the funny thing about rolling a 9 is that if it's tied, it goes to the PCs. So it effectively is the same initiative. So you guys look up and you see this thing there, and you can start reacting to it as you'd like. Mortifer, you are first. It's 80 feet from you.
Squash him, man. Step on him.
What do you?
All right, Bug Swatter, this seems to be your enemy, but Mortifer will certainly help.
Pudge just sort of like looks up at you and knows that like you really don't like these bugs, so I just kind of give you a little pat on the shoulder. Where am I? Am I on your shoulder? Am I in your hand? What am I?
You're right by my foot. I set you down on the ground right by my foot.
Oh, I just kind of like pat your toe.
Which is bigger than you.
The big, gross ass hairy toe.
Yeah.
There you go.
It'd be really easy to get like a really nice manicure pedi like you guys while I'm enlarged can just like trim it down, then I shrink back. It's like, man, that's a perfect cut.
Maybe on
So
your
sweet.
birthday, Wade. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn it, that just happened.
We'll take out like a ruler.
Mhm.
Well, I learned that I literally had nothing good against these things the last
But
time.
you're big now, so you might be able to literally just step on them.
Yeah, how big is this swarm compared to the last one? Is it
Same size. Same size. So it's technically a huge size swarm.
Oh, okay, so it's big.
Oh, it's
How
so
far
big.
can I move? Is it still just 20 feet, I guess?
Yep, your speed is exactly the same as it's always been.
All right. I will take a step toward the swarm and prepare an action for if this thing gets into my range.
It's like literally one step.
Yeah. I mean, I can do attacks of opportunity anyway, so preparing an action doesn't really do anything for me. Are there any spells I wanted to use? I've already got them up. I mean, I guess I could rebuff myself with vigor. Yeah, there's nothing else I really want to do. I guess I'll buff myself back up with vigor a little bit. I will spend. I'll just do 4 power points toward vigor.
Sure.
It gives me 20 more, so I'm up to 33. Because these fuckers wore me down fast the last time. Alright, and I guess I'm going to wait to do my attacks of opportunity as this thing tries to approach me again.
Okay. So you are going to do just that. You're going to buff yourself up. How do you have to do the full 9 to get yourself back up to the 45?
I was at 13, and I spent 4 to get myself to 33, so I just gave myself...
They don't stack. You always take the bigger number. You know what I'm saying? So if you have 13 and you add 10 to yourself, you have 13 because that's the bigger number between 10 and 13. You know what I mean? Like it's not a pool that you add onto; it's a pool that you take the big.
Oh, so I would only have 20 then if I did it this way.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'll give myself 25, and I'll take 1 more power point.
Okay.
That's fine.
So
Oh no, I'll take 20 and keep 5.
Okay. So, anyways, so you do all that. You buff yourself up, however much you bring yourself to, spending your power points. That's what you do with your standard. Is that all you do? Then it's Jack's turn.
I'm just debating if I even want to do that. Is it worth it? Whatever. You guys go ahead.
All right. Seeing that these things are back. Oh, this is just bad news. Shit. Oh, man, I have like no options in combat here. Let me... I could just vomit forth a swarm and let the swarm fight the swarm. But I feel like their swarm will just destroy my swarm. You know what? You see Jack pop a vial, and he just takes a sip. And then it looks like Jack just pockets the vial and then doesn't go anywhere. It's illusion of calm. So basically what it does is it creates an illusionary double of what I was doing, but he just doesn't move, and he just seems like he's calm in the face of danger. And I don't know if I go invisible, because it doesn't say. But it says they attack the figure, so I figured you would be invisible, but I don't know.
If I remember correctly,
I put the spell in the chat, so it's there.
Yeah, technically invisible. You're almost like it's almost like they're it's like an illusion almost in front of you,
Yeah.
like a hologram in front of you rather than you being invisible.
Yeah. So I'm just like behind it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's fine. The point is, like, I just need to. I want to watch because if shit starts going downhill, one of us needs to get out because I can't fight these things. If they start dying, I'm gonna die. So I gotta make sure I can get out while the getting's good. If things start going bad.
I took a step forward, so I'm in front of Ethan. I don't know what his range is, but I'm hoping that, being as he could kill the last.
Well, he's ranged, yeah. So I'm assuming he'll be able
I'm
to.
just taking a beating while he shoots this thing with his arrows.
Works for me.
Is it my turn?
You'll see. You'll learn very quickly, Ethan. Jack doesn't do anything in combat, but he's in his own in a city. That's all.
All right. Well, I'm gonna use many shot again.
Okay.
So still do that. Cool. And then damage. Cool. And then second attack.
Mm-hmm.
So rapid shot. Does that hit? Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. And then the third attack.
God, man.
Mm-hmm.
Does that hit?
It does not.
Okay.
Still.
Still pretty good.
Okay. So this time you didn't put as much energy. So more or less last time when we had that cinematic moment of you destroying the swarm, it was like you had powered up, beforehand. You had added like whether it be sonic, maybe dissolving as well, because you can technically put both those on a weapon. Just takes rounds to do so. You heard the people coming from a distance to prepared, and of course we give you a critical hit because it was a cinematic entrance.
Yeah.
This time you're actually just in normal combat normally, and so you're firing these arrows into the swarm. Now the individual arrows that you're firing are doing fucking nothing. They're not doing anything to the swarm. I'm sorry, let's be serious. You're shooting with an arrow, what? Taking out 5 of individual bugs out of hundreds of bugs that it's doing. However, every time your arrow connects with one, it explodes and takes out a chunk, which does do an amount of damage. And then another arrow explodes and does a little chunk. And so those small amounts of damage you are in fact doing to the swarm. It is in fact hurting it, but to a much lesser degree. That is your turn, Pudge. Unless there's something else that you can do with your swift action or anything that I might not be aware of.
I can't prepare something for my next turn, can
Not because you've already used your standard. So
Okay.
I think not.
I? No, I think I'm all good.
Okay. Then we are going to go to their turn. So as I said beforehand, they're about 80 feet away, and swarms have this wonderful ability that they can actually double move, which is absolutely beautiful, because their speed is actually a decent speed, more than Mortimer can run, isn't it? So they move 30 feet times 2 is 60 feet, putting them only about 20
Wait,
feet.
every time they get into my range, I can swing at them, can't I?
Correct. So you swing, Wade.
I sure will. Now, I'm going to use my maul not to hit them with the tip of my maul, but the side of the maul where there's a much bigger
Like a big flat area.
Yeah, the goal is to hit them with as much space and just take out as many of the little. I'm not worried about the damage I do to each individual one, but just a matter of taking out as many as possible at once. And my maul is fucking huge right now. So between the shaft of the wood and the flat side of the maul, just making contact. And on top of that, I think, being as I typed it in wrong. Being as I only used the I got myself to the 20 temporary hit points. I'm going to use 2 to infuse extra damage into the maul attack as well. So now if I make contact, it should be 8d6.
Okay.
So, do I want to make sure I hit? I should hit. I don't think these things have a very high AC. So I'm going to swing away unless there's anything else you need me to do first.
No, you should be good. So it does how much extra damage? You said
Oh, I can't do that because I can only hit them normally, right? Because this is their turn, not mine. So I can't use my power points.
Oh, correct. You are 100% correct. My apologies, and
So
thank
it's
you
gonna
for
be normal,
remembering
just
that.
normal
So
swinging.
I totally would have just gone along with it.
Yeah.
My
I'm
apologies.
still trying to hit him with as much space, the flat side as possible, but yeah, I can't give it my power points for damage.
No, not yet, but that's fine. You can go right ahead. 15 chance to hit. You smash up a couple of them, but it doesn't seem to have much of an effect on the swarm. Go ahead. They move again.
Okay, I'm not rolling damage on that one, right?
Nope.
And again,
What you got?
15.
Same exact thing. Go right ahead.
Come on,
I
Wade.
hate these dice.
I believe in you, Wade.
Okay, one of these has to hit. There we go.
There you
17 and a
go.
19.
Okay, so swing and you drop a couple of them. They explode at the force of the hammer, but don't really do anything to the swarm. And once again, nothing really happens to the swarm as you do that again.
That's what my third one did.
And let me see. Unfortunately, none of them do any damage to the swarm whatsoever.
Oh, Wade.
Man.
How does hitting a giant swarm with a hammer as big as them not take out some of them?
It does absolutely takes out some of them, but has no effect whatsoever. And it's probably about now that even more for this low intelligence and okay wisdom, they start to realize these things must be just 100% completely immune to all physical attacks.
Get
What
that
if it was
magic.
not like these insects.
Can
Which
you-
is kind of whispering, but he's so big. I imagine.
Yeah,
it's
no, yeah, it'd be like a low rumble of you saying this as you speak in this giant empty cave where sound
Perhaps if I
reverberates.
blow at them, that will affect them.
Do you not have anything that you can imbue your weapon?
Well,
I cannot
but then Mortifer would get the idea that Wade had just had prior to making these hundreds of attacks, and you realize, okay, I can't smash them, but the little man with glowing arrows does something. And so now it's actually, because they continue to move up and stopped 20 feet from you guys, because that was its double move. It is now your turn, Mortifer.
More.
Magic must be the way to take these stupid things out.
Jack starts chanting Mortifer.
So he will focus.
Mortifer.
Oh, he
Your
likes
ears
that.
are still ringing, so you can't really hear it.
Yeah, all right.
He's so far to the ground, you know what I mean?
All right, so I will go ahead and use. I'm gonna give myself the +5. Well, no, the imbuing lasts until I do make a hit, right? So
Oh my God, never eat Mexican food before you enlarge. I can only imagine.
Blast me up again, like one waft out of your ass just sends me careening into the wall.
it's not. Oof, God. If I wanted to shit on someone's parade, I could just enlarge twice, literally sit on their house, take
Listen,
a shit,
man,
and shrink down
You
and leave.
can now turn yourself into gigantic. Jack is going to be brainstorming every night as to how I can use this to my advantage.
Oh man, I'm excited. All right, here we go. I'm gonna roll. When I imbue this thing with the extra power, it lasts until I make a hit. So if I were to miss this, it stays on there, right, Scott? I'm trying to remember how power attack works on this.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Are you actually using power attack or?
No. Just the
Okay,
power,
yep,
imbued, whatever it's called. All right, because I'm really low on power points. I don't want to use the rest of them to give myself a higher chance to hit. So I'm just gonna roll and hope that it does something.
Mm-hmm.
The way I roll, it usually doesn't happen. 17.
Okay, let me double check that. So these things do still have a high AC, even beyond that. So unfortunately, a 17 isn't going to hit. Now, I'm actually going to be wicked nice here and say, Wade, you probably, knowing that these things are not going to make an attack roll, probably would have used Reckless Strike, or whatever it's called, Reckless Offense. Does that give you a +2?
Where is I forgot all about those. Those are under feats.
Yeah.
Cleave wouldn't
Pathfinder.
matter on these things, right? Because they're
No.
kind of one swarm.
Reckless Offense, -4 AC, +2 to melee attack. So even a 19 would also be a miss. Better chance, but still a miss, unless you want to modify that in any way. That was me being nice.
There's reckless offense. Okay, so I get a -4 to AC, +2 to it would be a +2 to the attack roll.
So that would have been 19. Still a miss, unless you choose to do something to modify it.
I'll surge. That's a pretty high number. So
Mhm.
You can do it.
I want to kill.
He's saying the words, but he doesn't have meaning behind it. He doesn't believe you.
All right, now it's
I mean, it's up in the air with these swarms. That's a lot. Yeah, you hit.
Now-
27. You definitely hit with a 27, Wade. Jeez.
You got it, Wade.
All right, so slash roll. What's this? 8d6 plus 14. And now it's imbued with magic, so this isn't just normal damage.
Hold on one second. Are you expending Sonic Focus to do your Sonic Weapon kaboom damage or no?
What does maintaining sonic focus have me lose?
You lose some of your DR, which sucks because you're about to get eaten alive.
That would make it 10d6.
Well, I can straight out tell you that 66 of what you're rolling doesn't matter.
Oh, so because it has DR.
It doesn't just have DR; it's immune to basic attacks.
It's not taking damage
It's
from.
imbued with
It's gonna take the magic partial part of the damage. It won't take the mundane part.
do you
of
want
the
me to roll the
damage.
2d6 separately then, Scott, to make it easier?
Just roll the 2d6, yeah.
Okay. I won't even roll the other part.
Just roll the 46, honestly. If you're expecting Sonic Focus for a magic weapon. I don't know if you have magic or greater magic.
I have greater psionic weapon.
Oh, greater Sonic weapon? Okay, so it's 46, plus you put the points into your weapon. It's actually 66 right there. So it actually does become a decent whack. Oh, that's actually a pretty good hit.
Yeah.
You did a considerable amount with that. You actually did a lot more than what's his name did before. So
I rolled a 1 and 5 earlier. Now I'm really proud of myself for doing 23 against some goddamn bugs.
Yeah.
good. So you actually do a considerable amount of damage against them, but they're of course still standing there. After Mortifer is going to be Jack's turn.
Jack just fucking watches, dude. I don't know what you want Jack to do at this point. He is. I could spray.
Bug spray?
No,
do
my
magic
no, I wouldn't do. It would make them. It would slow them, is what it did last time. Basically, just slowed them. That's it. So he does nothing. It goes to Pudge.
Pudge, your turn.
All right, Pudge, it's time. All right, so Pudge is gonna use a little bit of a Sonic Blast.
What is it to cast that?
Pudge for me.
1 point.
Look it up for you. Because I'm bad and I didn't put that onto. Swift action. You can do that right now and still attack your full attacks.
Ooh, okay, so I'm gonna do that right now. What do I roll?
So it says your next successful attack deals an additional. Yep.
Cool. Oh, so it's just added on to my next attack.
Correct. It's only one attack, but still, it's your next successful attack is an extra D6, which is nice.
Okay, so then I'm gonna add Dissolving Weapon onto that. Can I do that?
That will. Then you wouldn't do this. Well, you could do this now if you wanted to, or whatever. But you wouldn't be able to attack this turn.
Okay, I'll attack this turn still because they're getting closer. All right, so instead I'll just do the same thing again, just the mini shot, rapid shot, and then the third attack again.
Okay.
Third
So
attack.
funny thing I was going to say right before you roll, if you actually Pudge on your character sheet, if you actually look right underneath your attacks, we'll apply for the other one. So you see where you're pressing all those buttons, ready to shut, da-da-da. Actually, right underneath all that, you see where it says temp attack 0, temp damage 0. If you're within 30 feet of your opponent, which you currently are, I would turn those zeros into ones.
Okay.
Because you have something called point blank shot. So if you're within 30 feet, you get a bonus, which is nice.
Cool.
So that first attack was a 17, which, for the record, a 17 is actually a miss. So do your second attack.
Second attack.
That's actually going to be a hit. You can roll your damage for the second attack.
Jesus, that's a lot of dice.
I know.
God, it's like so many different dice.
So that is going to be, I see it right there. Cool, thank you. And then do your next thing.
Yep. All right.
That's also a hit.
Hit. Cool. Brilliant dice. Here we go.
There's like a D8. There's
Some
odd number of
D4s in
D6s,
there.
2 D4s.
All
There's
right.
a lot of dice that roll when Ethan attacks.
All right, Ethan. So you attack 3 times. You fire the first 2 arrows. It seems to hit none of them in there, like a stray one off to the side for the rest of the swarm. Fire another one. It hits them, does a little explosion. A third one hits them, does a little explosion. The first one that actually hit them, which is your second attack, it does actually a bigger explosion, gaining more sonic energy than before. This looks much more similar to the attack that you guys saw him do the first time you encountered the bugs, but still didn't have quite the same kaboom that the first attack he did had against them. As you can see, if you got that 16, that kinetic burst, like that would have been a huge increase, you know what I mean? But obviously that required a critical hit. So anyways, that's your turn, is and hurting them a little bit more, but not quite killing them. Now it's their turn. They finish moving. What is it? The small amount of range that they need to completely swarm the entire party. And why don't we take a break?
Okay, that's good because I have some questions. So yeah, let's do that.
I just want to see something real quick. So it has to make a saving throw to disbelieve the figment when it attacks me.
Correct.
All right. All right. We'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere.
We
How
need.
long have you been dating that cop? But that's funny. I literally filtered.
I don't know why I decided not to. We're live now. I don't know why I thought like not to count down for that one. I don't know. My brain was just like unmute
I was
it.
like, how long have you been? And then the filter started to kick in, and I was like, you're not alone at home. Filtration system.
Hello, everybody. We're back. Last 45 minutes.
Hello.
Let's go.
Raise your hand if you heard how long you've been dating a cop, because none of us know what it means either.
No, none of us.
That meaning specific.
Yeah. That was what threw me off. I think you're like that cop.
Yeah.
I was like, what are you? I looked away like Wade's married. You don't know Ethan very well, and I'm not dating a cop, so.
I know all about Ethan's love life. Okay.
Do you?
Yeah, everything.
Oh.
Am I dating a cop?
No, I don't know.
Put him on
All right, we
the
good?
spotlight. Yeah,
All
let's
right,
go.
ready to kill the bugs.
Cool. Everybody take this damage, please. Thanks. Bye.
By the way, he is dating a cop, and you're going to jail for that.
Whoop whoop. Sound of the oh, only 11.
Sound of the police.
Nothing, dude.
So
Nothing at
just
all.
do -11 out of my.
I put it in your so you got your max and then
Yeah,
your
you guys
current.
say it's nothing, but believe me, whenever you run fucking full speed through these goddamn caves, having insects eat your anus, it really adds up fast.
Yummy.
My
Can everybody do me a favor? Can everybody make me a fortitude save?
Fortitude save.
That literally was another like it dropped on 10 and just.
Oh, I almost got a 20.
More
I rolled
for
a 19 and then it hit the wall and bounced back to a 1. I want to know what constitution doesn't go up whenever you change sizes.
Oh, that's funny. You all failed. That
Thanks,
is
man.
hilarious.
Hilarious.
Failed what?
Real funny.
Fortitude save. So everybody, now that you're inside the creature's radius and is attacking all of you, it has an ability called distraction. If you fail a fortitude save, you become nauseated for 1 round. What nauseated does is the creature with a nauseated condition, this is more or less because like the pain, the stinging, and all that stuff coming around and attacking you, you experience stomach pain. So you're unable to attack, cast spells, concentrate on spells, or do anything else requiring attention. So it doesn't really necessarily mean that you're actually, oh, my stomach hurts. It's literally just,
Yeah.
And that's literally what you're going to all spend your entire next round doing, because you can't do anything else. All you can do is take a single move action. That's it.
sweet.
One move action.
I'm moving out.
Don't forget,
Of
it's
there.
rough.
That's all he wants to do.
The swarm is considered rough terrain, and the terrain outside of the swarm is considered rough terrain. So bear that in mind as we come around to everybody's turns. And then one last thing I need everybody to do for a different reason. Could everybody make me fortitude saves?
I hate you.
Yeah,
I
me
knew
too.
this one. I knew this one was coming.
15, 20.
21. Hell yeah.
19.
12.
now it's
Mortifer.
28, Wade.
Okay, everybody crushes this saving throw, so nothing else happens to you.
Yeah,
for
we
this.
don't catch on fire this time.
Or turn into obsidian.
Yay.
Or that.
All right. So there you go. That all happens. Let's see. This is what, round 2 of combat. Now we're going into round 3 of combat. Smexy. Mortifer, it's your turn first. You can do nothing but a move action.
Lie down on top of them and roll.
So
Let them burrow into your skin and take them home. Like
I don't think I can
babies.
even if I take a move action, I can't get out of their shit.
The good news is the swarm is very big, but it's small enough that it's not stinging or biting your head or anything like that.
Great. What's that mean for me?
Your face is going to be pretty.
What'll match your
What about
haircut?
that?
You look good. You'll have the Amish cut and a bunch of red
Stop with
bite
your haircut.
bite marks.
Oh yeah, I forgot that you have funny hair right now.
He's
Stop.
dumb Mortifer hair.
I'm going to get extensions.
I can. There's not shit. There's nothing. I've looked through this list so many times for these goddamn bugs, and there's nothing I can do against them. So, I will, since I can't attack. I guess I'll go ahead and use. Is it 1 power point to?
You can only move. We can only move. You have to move. It's all you can do in this turn.
I can't step out of their range though. I'm still gonna be in the swarm.
You can start moving out of it though. Leave Pudge to fend for himself.
Don't leave Pudge.
As much as he hates it, he knows that Pudge has to kill the goddamn swarm because he knows he can't. And he's so pissed about it. So no, he'll just stand here, I guess, and take it. He's
Can
not ready.
Pudge move and then attack?
You can't attack this round.
This
Oh,
round
yeah,
you're
that's
gonna have
right,
to move,
that's
and then next round, if you're out of the swarm, you can start
I'm
taking.
gonna
regular.
move. Or
Here.
can I move? Can I move over here?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay in the swarm and hope that they stay on me and let those two get out of it.
So don't forget, you can only move 10 feet, Pudge, which is 2 squares. You can move any 2 squares you'd like, more or less.
Oh, so I can move like that.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, good enough.
Yeah.
Technically, no, but don't worry about
Oh,
that.
yeah,
You're actually using
5:15.
squares. So it doesn't matter. So
Okay.
more or less, you just move out of the swarm. You're like, ah, and you just kind of like back off until all of a sudden you realize, oh God, and it hurts, but it's not the end of the world. Jack, you did the same thing. You also backed away.
Yep.
Also, how big are these? They're like this big, right?
Yeah, like this
yeah,
big.
each individual
hornets.
one's about this big.
That's pretty big for Pudge.
That's true.
Big bees.
That's like the size of your like palm,
Yeah.
or no, your whole hand probably.
Yeah.
It's pretty big for you. It's a good point. It's a good point. Messing you up. All right. So now back to the swarm's turn. So you guys had moved out of it. So the swarm is actually going to make a decision where it's going to actually choose to follow. Let's see. It's odd to be Mike.
Don't be me. It's very odd to be me.
Oh, wouldn't there be 3? Wouldn't it still choose to hit me?
We're going to go for Fudge.
All right.
So-
well, you got even, so good for me.
Oh,
It's like they forgot.
So it actually is going to move on, and it's going to stay within the area that technically Wade, you're partially inside. It's in one of your squares, so it is harming you.
Half of your shin.
But Nudge is also inside the area as well.
have
So
you been just changing my name every single time?
Purge,
Come on,
nudge, slut.
so both of you guys are going to take. That's a much better one. 18 points of damage.
Got out
Can
just
both
in
of you
time.
please make a fortitude save?
I hate you so goddamn much.
Oh. 11.
You, sir, are nauseated. You, sir, are also nauseated. Can both of you guys make a fortitude save? Ooh! That makes me a lot happier.
Great.
Okay,
I
so...
like making the DM happy.
Oh, thanks, sir.
I told you eventually he'd come back and he'd fuck you.
What I want both of you guys to do is both of you roll a 1d4, but you can roll it for each other.
Oh,
I
how
don't
do I
like
do it?
The
Slash roll space 1d4.
1d4.
You're rolling for each other.
All right, a 1. Low numbers. All right.
Mortifer, you did 1 point of Ethan, your character takes 1 point of dexterity damage. Wade, you take 3. The way that
Wait,
you're
no,
going to
just-
apply that onto your character sheet is if you actually go to where your dexterity is in the top left-hand corner of your character sheet, you'll actually see if you go over where it says dex, go to the right of that 2 steps, where it says temp, -3.
I can't do that very often, just so you know, because I'm huge right now, so I've already got a -4. Now it's a -7.
So what's your dex, Wade?
5.
Oh, that sounds dangerous.
You
Let's keep going. Mortifer, it's your turn. What do you do?
get him. Oh wait, you can step away. You got 5 feet.
I'm
And then,
still nauseated, so I can't do anything attack-wise, right?
Correct.
what if he uses a
All right.
mythic point?
Can't do anything. Can't use any spells. I'll read the exact ruling on it. My apologies. It says a creature who is nauseated cannot unable to attack, cast spells, concentrate on spells, or do anything else requiring attention. They can only take a single move action.
Does it take attention to use a mythic point?
I would imagine yes.
I thought it would take attention to take a step. All right, I'm gonna step out of the swarm and hope that it actually follows me. So how big is a goddamn step for me?
Yeah, that's fine. You're moving at half speed because you were inside the swarm, so you can move up to like say 10 feet or whatever, but you don't want to move too far, I imagine, because you're trying to.
Yeah, I want
Lure
the
it
swarm
to
to
you.
come back, so
Okay,
I'm gonna wiggle my toe at them as I go, hoping that they want to come fuck it or something. I don't know.
Jack, it's your turn, sir.
I am going to start making my way towards the mouth or the entrance of this area.
Yep.
I'm more curious if there's anybody nearby, perhaps controlling these things. I highly doubt it, but if there are, and they need to be within a certain distance, maybe I'll get an eye on them. So,
Absolutely.
I guess Jack just starts running his way towards the exit to see if maybe there's anybody I can catch.
Okay, so Jack starts making his way towards the exit. Jack, do me a favor, make me a perception check.
Sure. $13.
Okay, so you're just making your way running up towards the exit. So you're kind of like running around where they are, so
Yeah,
you're
I'm
still
going-
near to them, but you're still making your way around and over up in that direction, trying to avoid the swarm as much as possible. So you're safe for now, at
Okay.
least. Technically, the swarm is big enough in the way that you have to move and run around because you're also in vertical, not just like horizontal movement, right? And you have to go around them too. The swarm is large enough that it could encompass both you and Sludge at the same time, so that both of you guys can get hit. But it is not so big that it can get Mortifer and anybody else. After that is going to be your turn, sir. What do you do?
Okay, so I'm gonna move first. 1, 2, like that, and then I'm going to. Oh shit! If I were you to use dissolving weapon, I couldn't use it until next turn, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You can't do anything else really right now other than move, I think.
Yep, I think that's pretty much the end of your turn this turn.
Yeah, so I'm gonna. Oh wait, and I can't do it anyway. Okay, so there we go.
Hopefully this thing comes back after me, the big juicy ass target.
Wait, who's it odd to be?
We've rolled a lot of evens. I'll be odd.
Okay, odd to be Wade.
All right.
Goes for Wade. Goes for Wade.
Yay.
Come get this sweet ass.
Yes.
Swat the bugs, bug swatter.
17 points of damage, Wade. Make me a fortitude save. Wade,
That
you're
19
distracted.
is such a goddamn.
So good.
Roll me another fortitude save, Wade.
All right, this is the one that matters. I don't care about that one. This is the one I want to succeed.
No.
Mike, you can roll the d4 this time.
All right, I'm going to help you out here,
On
Wade.
the bright side, you can't roll a 5, so I'm not dead yet.
No, but here's 4.
All right.
Yes! Wade, you're at 1 dex. Do you know what
Yeah,
it means?
thank you.
when
I
You're
can
at
do
1
the math.
dex. Do you know what
What?
that means?
No, he
yeah,
does
I
not.
mean, I'm fucked next round if this isn't killed.
Sir, you are paralyzed.
Great.
Oh,
So
wait.
literally all of a sudden Wade's like, the
We-
bigger they are,
Oh, God.
Am I falling?
Oh yeah.
Did he squash some bugs though?
I
At
was
least
standing in
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
very balanced. All right.
a few of them.
Wade, it's your turn. You're paralyzed at one dex.
I can't bring your dex back unless I might be able to drug you and give you some temp dex, but the risk of addiction is immediately following. And I
Well,
don't
no,
know.
I wouldn't be able to be addicted, would I? Because we have that thing.
What?
I'm immune to poisons and all that stuff, so wouldn't I be immune to addiction?
I do not know, actually. Probably? Yes? Would that mean he can't be addicted, Scott? Would that mean by
You're immune to poisons, you're immune to drugs.
Sweet. Oh, would he get any of the benefits of the drugs then?
If you're immune to poisons, you're immune to drugs.
All right, so you wouldn't get any of the benefits of it anymore either. All
You
right.
do all the coke you want, it's just like breathing.
So I can't heal my ability damage with potions anymore?
Potions, yes, they're not drugs because they're technically magic.
Correct.
Even though magic is almost gone in this world, that's potions still count. There's
Yep.
some sort of magical thing imbibed. All right. Well, he falls and crunches, I guess.
It says I no
It's in
longer
a
need
very
to
dangerous
drink
spot.
or
Who is
breathe
this?
as
Who is
alive.
this zero clothed figure right
Go
afterward?
ahead. Go ahead. What was that, sir?
I'm no longer need to eat, drink, or breathe as live. You're immune to inhaled poisons, and any spell or effect that requires breathing, that you're still affected by food or drink you intake. So
This-
if I take this thing willingly, wouldn't it affect me?
But are you immune to poison? If there's anywhere in your character sheet that you're immune to poison, then you're immune to poison.
But if I eat a burrito, I'll still get the shits? That's weird.
Well, yeah, because you're eating the burrito.
Yeah, but eat the drugs.
Are you immune to diseases? Because bacteria is a disease, not a poison.
Yes, I believe we actually are. No. Maybe not. No, maybe not. All right.
Yeah, just poisons, right?
You're on the ground and you're paralyzed.
Are you immune to poisons, or is it just Jack that is?
Well, I already had poison resistance. I wasn't
Yeah.
immune.
Makes you wonder if I don't think you guys are immune to poisons.
You're
Our
immune to
substance-
inhaled
substance-
poisons and only inhaled poisons. It says, and
so
any
it's
spell.
poison.
So if I can give you so that means I can give you drugs that are ingested, injected.
Or through my asshole.
Yeah, technically.
Suppositories work.
Okay.
Unless you inhale them through your asshole.
I hope Pudge isn't a drug. Isn't
Good
an,
asshole breath.
Wait, is Pudge really into taking drugs? Because I just make a lot of them. So.
We'll find out later on, won't we?
Find out.
All right. So, Mortifer, that was your turn, which is doing nothing.
Great turn.
Yeah, will you wait fortitude save?
I need to make another one?
Oh yeah. We'll wait till the bug's turn, I suppose, to see if you have to make a fortitude save to not be nauseated. That would be the bug's turn.
Yeah, I'm worried about the nausea right now. That's my main concern.
Oh,
Mike,
wait. I didn't even notice this cloaked figure.
Mike, you were climbing up there, and
Mhm.
so you didn't see the cloaked figure that was up there as you're kind of like running ahead because you didn't roll very high in your perception check.
Mm-hmm.
But then all of a sudden, you see that there is a figure ahead of you. The figure is difficult to notice at first because they're when you look up, you see a humanoid form in front of you. They're typical skin tones, which is like dark tan color. Typical skin tones. They're standing there. They're dressed rather unassuming. They literally look like they're just dressed like any typical other miner. However, you don't just see them, you also partially see through them. They're somewhat translucent as you see them. But as they look down and are watching the battle and surveying the thing, and they look over and they see you moving up towards it, you don't see them until all of a sudden you notice that there's like some effect happening in front of you. Almost like a dust cloud is rising up. That's what gathers your attention, and you see them holding their hands out against in front of like the wall that's in front of them, and the actual obsidian in the wall itself is like pulling itself out of the wall, kind of like dust, literally being siphoned from the wall. And as it's pulling itself from the wall, you can see that it's starting to form something in front of the person. And literally the dust as it's like pulling out, almost like you'd imagine nanites doing, pulling itself out, quickly assembling a form in front of this thing. The form is taking on a humanoid form. Do me a favor, roll me an Arcana check.
Knowledge Arcana. 28.
It's very quickly taken upon. You've never seen one before. You've certainly heard of rumors about them. You know, you're somebody that's very much into knowledge, you know, stuff like that, learning things. You are a bard, even an Ephesian card. So you've heard of these things beforehand. You've heard of great mages of incredible power defending their libraries or even themselves from the onslaught of the peoples that exist in Atlas with these creatures called shield guardians. And he seems to be pulling literally the obsidian from the wall and is crafting, almost finishing crafting a shield guardian in front of you. Not done yet. Jack, it's your turn.
Can I try and speak to him?
You can, and because you had double moved last turn, let's see, 80 feet. You were from the doorway originally. You double moved 60, but then half that is 30. You're 50 feet from there. Okay. You can absolutely. You can try.
Because I mean, I can't really do anything again combat wise, and he sees me right now. I could go
I
invisible.
love that you say that, even though you're a fucking rogue.
Yeah, but I have to be sneaking. I have to be behind him.
Sure.
I can't have him be aware that I'm there.
Sure.
Go
ahead.
I guess I'll just shout out, like, kind of holding my hands up. And he's like preparing to, like, I guess reflexively defend myself against whatever thing he's forming. But I guess I'll just shout out. It's clear. It's clear you have. It's clear you have a bone to pick with the mining town outside. We do not represent them in any official capacity, and would be happy to speak with you on business terms and perhaps helping you route the problem for your own purposes. Maybe basically approach him like a businessman. See if this guy's willing to speak to me.
It's businessman.
So technically, a diplomacy check
Sure.
is one of those things that is takes a minute to do. But I believe you can make a diplomacy check in one round with a penalty. I'm just going to look that up really quickly.
Sure.
To see what the penalty is. I want to say it's a -20, which is insane. But action.
Can't do a diplomacy check in one round.
No, not usually. Because you're trying to. So to influence a creature's attitude takes 1 minute of continuous interaction.
Pretty
Hey,
much.
I've got a big dick. Let's talk. There you go. Diplomacy. Give me a plus fucking 20 on that.
But maybe it was an old rule from the 3.5 as opposed to Pathfinder. Oh wait, hold on. First attempt is successful. No, hold on. Because I know there's a way. Typically speaking, it takes a minute, but there's a way that you can make a diplomacy check in one round. But there's a big penalty for doing so. I want to say it's a -20 to do it. So you're welcome to try that. You're literally taking a hostile creature and trying to make them non-hostile.
-20.
What was that?
I want to see this proof before you give him the -20.
Well, so literally it says right here, the action summary, influence attitude. Using diplomacy check to influence a creature's attitude takes 1 minute of continuous interaction. So
Yep.
I think I'm pulling from actually 3.5 knowledge in my head. I'm looking up right now. Action 1 minute. Oh, here it is. This time requires a rush diplomacy check, may be made as a full round action, but you take a -10 penalty from 3.5. I like that rule. I'll apply it. Thank you, Wade, for challenging. Mike, -10 penalty.
All right,
Your penalty,
-10 whatever I roll. Oh, I went from 18 to 5. Unfortunate. So 8. Nothing.
So 8. You can try to buff that if you'd like.
No, I know, but the highest I can bring it is going to be 16, and I don't think that's enough to bring him to where I need him to be. I could bring
pretty
him.
rough.
Yeah, it'd be like unhostile to just angry. So I'm good. I'll wait. Worst comes
You
to
have a good
worst.
modifier. You just rolled terrible.
Yeah, I just rolled really, really bad. I can always try again on the next round if I really
Can you
need
only
to.
surge once per roll? Because it doesn't actually say that.
Once per D20,
Once per
I think.
roll, but as many times as you want per round.
Right.
It does say that though.
All right. I tried.
okay.
That's my. It takes a full round action, so that's
Correct.
my
You
turn.
just start up there trying to talk to him.
Yeah,
so
I'm
on, so
trying to
forth.
shout at him through the spell, and I'm assuming just ignoring me.
Still forming the thing in front of you.
Yeah.
All right. After that is going to be Pudge.
Pudge, it's time for me to go. I'm going to. It takes. Okay, cool. I'm going to use dissolving weapon.
That once again takes up your. So you won't be able to attack this turn, but it'll
Yeah.
beef up your attack next turn by a lot.
Can I use both sonic blast and dissolving weapon?
Yep. You would just cast the other one next turn.
Cool. Sweet. So that's -3.
Correct.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm going to, and I can't do any other attacks.
Unfortunately, that takes your standard action. You're not going to be able to do anything else this turn.
Cool. I'm all donezo.
All right, perfect. Nothing to do with your move or your swift. I don't think you're good. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
So let's move on to the swarm time. Woohoo! Wade, this is for you, buddy.
Oh, Wade.
Ooh, that's a good one. 19 damage. Wade, make me a fortitude
I
save,
hate
please.
these goddamn things. Or no, it's 42.
Well, you're
Man.
Wade.
Hey, but you make that one, so you don't take the dex damage.
Yeah.
You don't dexterity, which
I'm not dead.
You're still
I'm
breathing,
feeling better.
laboriously breathing.
yep,
Mortifer's voice really changed.
I feel happy.
So Mortifer, it's your turn. I imagine you do nothing because you're paralyzed and you can only move. I don't know how it is I get this to you like every few sessions. I somehow destroy
Can I
Wade.
shrink back down? Is that something I can do?
If you could concentrate, you'd be able to dismiss your spell. But unfortunately, you lack the
Okay,
capacity to concentrate.
Okay.
Otherwise, we would have offered that to you. It is now that person's turn, Michael.
All right, here we go.
So
And they use their action to dab at you.
That's fine. I'll take it.
Take whatever I can get.
Your giant's about to die.
Whoa.
And so it finishes summoning this this shield guardian in front of you. Shield guardians are themselves large-sized creatures. So all of a sudden,
I could have taken that.
this large construct gets summoned in front of where you are. Now, the way shield guardians actually work is they act upon the initiative of their masters, and they have other benefits that go along with it. You actually rolled a 28. So you're looking at this thing and you're seeing this thing that literally looks like shield guardians as you've heard about in the past. You got a 28, that's a really high check. If this is truly a shield guardian, if this is actually a shield guardian, then you know one of the things that it does is it actually takes half of the damage of anything that goes to its master, making attacking the master a very difficult, if almost a moot thing to do. So long as it stays within a certain range of its master. I don't know where the fucking hell so
Yeah.
I was assuming it's a real one. You know that they're really beefy, and typical attacks don't really harm them. You know, it requires certain types of weapons that can really beat through them because they heal very quickly. Okay, that's what you know of this thing.
Okay.
It finishes summoning the Shield Guardian. As I said beforehand, you're still about 50 feet away from it. The Shield Guardian now starts walking towards you. Moves, it itself is also at rough terrain. Applies to everybody that doesn't have a reason to get around it. It moves double speed, 30 feet towards you. So you're now 20 feet away from the Guardian.
Okay.
And that
Imagine the
is
song playing as it approaches.
that is what it does on its turn. You know, kind of like finishes
Yeah.
that thing as the thing's moving forward. It almost like it sinks back straight into the doorway and is like kind of watching from in there. But you can see as it's watching from in there, it's moving sporadically. It's moving with like, I don't know, almost like an uncontrollable rage seems to be what is overtaking this translucent being in front of you. Jack, it's your turn.
Sounds like an angry ghost, basically, like a Sith spirit. I will. Damn it, man. I'll pop an invisibility potion. See you later. I'm getting past him.
When diplomacy fails, leave your party to die.
No, just get past the shield guardian, try and shank him from behind or get a better look at him at the very least. So maybe check off one of those. Oops.
Okay.
Go.
Glug. You're
Glug.
invisible. That's because you don't have a master potion belt, do you? No, you do not.
No, I do
That's
not.
your standard. You use your move.
Yep.
So like I said, it's 20 feet in front of you. Double move is 30 feet. You can get 10 feet behind it.
I will try to do that.
Do you want to roll a stealth check for me, please, sir?
So yeah, I get an additional plus 20, right?
Absolutely.
I have no idea. It landed on the middle. 25 total. I mean, 25 is still really, really
That's
nice.
good. That roll was just
Terrible, yeah.
right.
Absolutely awful.
I'm just double checking something really quickly. It's not sniping. Where's the if you move? This is a speed thing. Because if you don't move at half speed, you take a. If you move at normal speed, you take a -5 penalty, which is fine. So what did you get total?
25.
25 he got total.
Oh wow! Oh, because you rolled. Oh,
Yeah, I rolled
look at that.
I rolled terribly.
It's so funny because you and Ethan each make up half a rogue, which I think is really cool.
That's
You guys each make up half of a perfect rogue. So 25 -5 because you're moving at full speed is a 20. Let's see if this creature can see you. My apologies, I was just double checking something. And let me roll my check. Nope, does not notice you as you
Sweet.
pass. Literally, you kind of walking up to the thing. You wait as it's moving forward, and it doesn't seem to track at all where you were. It doesn't even seem to be like looking around like a normal person would. It just continues moving forward, and so you're like, okay, it's shifting to the left, shifting to the right, shifting to the slip past it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And now it's Pudge's turn.
Pudge's turn. All right, Pudge is going to use the sweet spells. So I'm going to attack it.
Hold on. First, you want to add your Sonic. How many points does that take from you?
Oh yeah, that's right. I think it's 3, right?
Yep, 3 more for Sonic. Yep, you are correct.
It's okay. It's not like my life hangs in the balance. No
Cool.
pressure.
So we got the dissolving weapon on it.
Here's
We
the
got the sonic blast on it.
Yep. And both of those are specifically the first attack that hits, as opposed to your next attack, which is nice.
Oh, that is nice.
Here's the thing. If you hit 0 dex, before we move on, doesn't that just mean you can't breathe? Like you are unable to breathe?
No. It doesn't do that.
Does it just-
First of all, you fall unconscious, then other things happen.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what happened with ability scores.
All right, so I'm gonna use my first, second, and third attack thing.
Save Wade again. If you save him a second time, he's at his most vulnerable that I've ever seen him at this point. He's actually 48 feet tall and still dying.
Still getting destroyed by bugs and he's 50 feet tall. That's a hit, yeah. Right.
Tough crowd.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't see the number. Oh, a 27 is absolutely a hit. So roll that damage, but don't forget to add 5d6 on top of that. Yeah, you get to add 5d6. Well, actually, I'm curious about something. Because you probably would have added more if you knew that this was a super important attack. So just give me 1 second before we get too excited. Pathfinder, what's it called? Sonic?
Sonic blast.
Okay. I just want to see something really quickly. Sonic blast. You couldn't do it with that one. However, if you wanted to, when you did your this whatever weapon, dissipating weapon or whatever it's called, dissolving weapon. Thank you. You could have used 4 more power points to increase that by an additional 2d6 damage. I don't even know if you have that to spend.
How many points?
4 more out of your remaining to do an additional 2d6 damage. Or you can not. It's entirely up to you.
Can I do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I would totally let you.
So you said 4?
Correct, sir.
4 power points, 2d6.
Cool. So I have 1 thing left. So how many? So slash roll. How many now?
So you're gonna slash roll. That's gonna be 4, 6, 7d6 damage. And then let's make this super easy. So I'm actually gonna type here what you're actually gonna roll for what actually applies because you did not crit. So it's gonna be what did I say? 6d6. No. 7d6. 7d6 plus 2d4 is technically what takes effect. So you can just copy and paste that. Technically it's 2 more on top of that. Whoa! Oh my God, that was beautiful. So it's 27 on top of that. So
He actually rolled kind of low. There's 3 1s and 3 2s in there.
Yeah.
That's sexy. All right, hold on. Let
Wait,
me see how
is
much
that
damage it
just
does.
my first attack too?
It is. But the other ones don't get all the extra damage. So
Cool.
Please kill the swarm. Kill the swarm. I don't want my PC to die.
all right, make your second attack roll, sir.
Second attack.
That's a hit, sir. For damage for this one? Okay. that
Oh, I'm
works.
sorry.
No, you're fine. So you rolled a 2 plus 1, so 3 points of damage that counts as. Okay.
Third attack.
And third attack, tell me what the total is.
Third attack is 17.
I think it's 17 misses, doesn't it?
I do not know.
As a 17 is unfortunately a miss. I don't think you have any means of increasing that. Okay, cool. So that is that. You beat the living crap out of them. You can see the swarm is kind of like starting to fall apart. Tons of them from all of the explosions and the acid falling off everywhere and all that stuff. This swarm is breaking apart, but is still together. It's still just barely holding itself together. It is not fully, fallen
Time to
apart
feed
yet.
on Mortifer.
So it is now going to attack Mortifer, probably for the last time because it is hurting, sir. You've done.
Which one is hurting, me or the swarm?
Ooh, another good one. 17 points of damage, sir.
All right, down to 25 hit points here.
Roll those saves for me, sir.
That was almost a 1, dude.
Finally, that was a good one.
Okay, and what's your next one?
More.
So that means you're not nauseated, but you're still paralyzed.
Yeah, I'm guessing I can't shrink.
Hey, and you
Okay,
don't lose. You don't
twice.
go down again in Dex.
Mortifer.
He can see
Yay.
hope
You
in the
have one
form
Dex.
of a rotund, cannibalistic halfling coming to save his life. He clings to life.
I'm going to shrink back down to, I guess, normal size, so that way I don't die on the next fucking dex loss.
I just want to confirm something really quickly. Your ability is called what? Expansion?
Yeah.
Pathfinder expansion. Expansion. It does say D, and now let's just confirm dismissing a power. Pathfinder dismissing a power. Or dismissing spell or whatever. Oop, what the hell did I write? Because it might take an action. I can't remember.
It used to just go away. I always let it just go till the time ran out, but yeah, I'm actively trying to get rid of
You
it.
can dismiss it as will. Dismissing a spell is a standard action that does not provoke an attack of opportunity. So you can dismiss it. It takes your standard action, but as a mythic person, you can swift action make attacks if you wanted to. So, that's a thing.
Yeah, that would be really helpful for this swarm. I think I could probably do absolutely nothing to it.
You have power points you can spend under your enhancing your hammer. So your hammer does that power point damage for the
How
crystal.
many is this? 2 for that, right?
I believe so, yes, sir. So dismiss is a standard, leaving you with your move and swift left.
Okay, so that's 0. This becomes a -7.
Appreciate we're back up to what, 5 dex?
Yeah, I need to figure out how do I fix my AC back?
It should.
Oh, maybe
fix
that's
it-
right because the dexterity is so bad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Probably.
Okay. I think I got everything back to normal.
I think last time too, I had to click this to make it actually some of the stuff take effect for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well try
Yeah.
to help Ethan finish this thing off. So I guess I'll infuse my maul and hope I hit.
So you spend the 2 power points to give it what 2d6 damage, I think it is, and you
Yeah,
spend
we should be
a
able to
mythic
damage.
point to make a swift action attack that ignores damage reduction but not immunity.
He says.
Maybe one day you'll have immunity to something.
If I can get immunity to the DM's bullshit, I will take it. All right, let's roll.
Kill them, Wade.
Please let me hit. Thank
Oh,
you.
it's a big hit! Big hit! All right, Wade, you're currently not maintaining Sonic Focus, so you don't get any bonuses for your Sonic Focus being on you. So you're just rolling a flat 2d6.
There we go.
5.
Sweet 5.
5 is good. It does not end this. It does not break up the swarm. Does
Hey,
not
that's
finish the
okay.
game.
You know what? I got to swing my hammer one last time before this thing sucks my dick off. So that's not the way I wanted to word that. Before this thing sucks my life out.
Your dick off.
It is so close to dead now. You actually got it to a point where I think that what's his face, Ethan could actually finish it.
Oh,
Yes.
oh! If Jack knew, he'd turn around, just throw a dagger, and just end it.
Deal like, oh yeah, Ethan, you don't know how many times that Mike's stolen kills from me last second.
You've beaten
Do
people
it.
within an inch of their life, and then I've shown up and like stabbed them for 4 damage and just killed them.
Shield
like, oh,
Guardian
good,
moves
I'm
30
230
more by
damage
double
this
moving,
time.
All right, out into the open. They're gonna have to deal with it.
making it about 20 feet away from where Fudge is at the moment. So that, and then the other person has no idea that you were there, are there, anything like that. Watching after the swarm.
Can I
seeing the
see
swarm
this
start-
thing, this person now much better?
You can. I'll get to that in a second. Once on your turn, you can see that they're watching the storm starting to break apart, fall apart, and everything. And it looks at the storm, and it like opens up its mouth, and there's not a noise that happens at first, and then like several seconds later, there was this like guttural scream that seems to just permeate through the air itself, as though it didn't quite come from the person; it came from just the surrounding area. Jack specifically, because you're watching. Everybody can hear it, of course. Jack, specifically, since you're watching, roll me a perception check. But then you see him like literally reaching out with his hands, and as he's reaching out with his hands, you can start to see bits of what's it called, obsidian start flying through the air and smashing at the ground over by where Mortifer literally just lifted himself. That's what you would move action for, to stand up, lifting himself from the ground, smashing the grounds there. And as it's breaking apart, you can see it's breaking apart into chunks that look like it's becoming the creatures that were in the swarm, almost like it's adding to the swarm, or in effect, like it's healing the swarm. Jack, with your 22 perception check, I'm going to give you details. It sounds like the screams actually came from the obsidian itself, not from this person.
I
from
was
the
right.
actual
I was
obsidian
right.
itself.
This is a representation of this thing. This thing is alive. They're mining a creature.
And then so not only do you see that, but the person that you see, they look like legitimately a 100% normal person. Like the hair is almost the same hair that Mortifer has, because in this town they didn't keep it as well as they did back.
Yeah,
in
I'm assuming it's a corpse. It's possessed.
But it's not even a corpse because it's translucent. It doesn't look like it's quite here. But anyways, you can see that the look, it has this rage to it. But looking in its eyes, because you can actually get into an angle where you can straight see into it, even if it can't see you, it does look like there's an intelligence there. Like it's not just raw rage. Like there's something there too. You're welcome to do what you like with your turn, but it's definitely.
Is it like my guess would be, am I seeing like pain?
Oh yeah, pain, rage, confusion.
Okay. I'm leaving the mine. I have an idea.
Ooh.
You're abandoning the party?
Yes, because
It's
I
a
can't.
long trek back. This literally removes you from combat, which is fine. But
I can't let them. I can't shout, "I'm leaving," and then give this thing a chance to fucking like sink me into obsidian.
You are correct, sir. And nobody here in the party has any form of telepathy or message.
Yeah, exactly. I don't anyway. So I'm leaving, and I'm going to. Jack has picked a side. I don't want to fight this thing anymore. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, but I mean, it's the end. It's like
How
towards.
long did it take for us to get down this far into the mine?
A while. But granted, you were moving slowly and quietly and so on. If Jack literally hoofs it, he would get back there, but it would take 15 minutes maybe. 10. Yeah, I would say about 15 minutes hoofing
That's
it.
a lot of rounds of combat.
Yeah, no,
Alright.
you guys are gonna be. Well, you'll win
150
probably.
rounds,
Yeah, it's
So-
150 like combat rounds.
Combat rounds,
which
yeah.
like
What
obviously
if
is
I
not
could
gonna
fight that
happen.
long with
So, do you want to know my plan then, Scott, so that we're not left kind of like weirdly hanging?
Nope, you're fine. Let's just continue on for the moment.
Okay. Well, we've only got like 4 minutes. So-
Yep. Grudge, if you could do your turn, please.
All right. Pudge is going to attack one last time. The good old trusty 1, 2, 3 at
Okay.
the.
Do you need
the
to
swarm.
infuse your abilities at all? Do you have any left?
Yeah, he has none left to do that.
Yeah.
He only has
Wait,
one power
do you
left.
deal any more magic damage?
Actually, you know what? That's funny. Let me double check something for you. I never gave you the basic feat that I gave everybody else. Everybody literally started the campaign with. I'm just
Psionic
now
talent.
remembering this. What is it? Psionic talent, right?
Yeah,
Which
I
gives you, what,
have
2
one.
power points.
Yeah, I have Judge, which I never use.
That's funny. You actually technically have 2 more power points, sir. It gives you
Yes.
3. You can actually use sonic weapon.
Oh,
Plus
oh,
2 power points. Yay. Okay, so I'm gonna do Sonic Blast,
Your
uh,
max is actually 20.
and then I am going
Somebody say.
first attack. Miss?
Oh,
Question
21
mark?
hits, I think.
21.
Oh wait,
That's exactly what you need to hit. I think so. 21.
that's a hit.
cool.
I was like, where's the result? So 3 plus 2 is 5, plus we're rolling at 1d6, sir.
Wait.
I should roll 1d6. That is 6 and 4, 10 points of damage. It literally, so let's see, 10 points of damage healed. You knock those last 2 arrows, you pull them back, you release. And just where one of them hits, the explosion bursts apart a portion of the swarm that causes it to kind of like spread apart and gather around in another area. It was preparing to throw itself at Wade and hurt him some more. And you just have the other arrow just happened to perfectly hit the exact spot where they were regathering towards and exploded apart enough of the swarm that the swarm finally disperses and is completely gone.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Now watch out for the big guy.
whoa, whoa!
You have 2 more attacks, and there's a bad guy literally
Alright.
10 feet away from you.
I would recommend you
do
hit
it.
him and run.
I'm gonna do it. All right, I'm
20
gonna
feet
hit
away,
him.
sorry, 20 feet away. 21, just double checking, is a miss.
No. All right, I have one more.
Oof, that was almost a
A
20.
22
Is a hit.
is also a miss.
No! All right, can I just run?
You can move 5 feet because you can free 5 foot step back, making him 25 feet from you.
Okay.
Okay, which is good news. That is a very important distinction. All right, removing the swarm from the order. It's Mortifer's turn. Mortifer, you are hurt. You're battered. You're beaten, and you're back to being Morty-sized.
Is there something I can roll to see if I think I could hurt this ghosty guy?
You didn't even notice him yet.
You just
Oh,
see
I
the thing
haven't.
he summoned that's walking towards you.
Yep, you
Oh,
just
okay.
literally, now that the swarm's gone, now that you're like slowed down, beaten, battered, and you pick yourself up and you look over and you're like, the swarm's gone. You look back probably as a nod of appreciation over to Pudge over there. And you notice that Pudge is backing away, shooting at something else. Something that's more your speed.
Well, normally my speed right now, I'm beat to fuck and have nothing else I can really do other than charge it and probably die in one hit. So
Can you heal?
Here's one PowerPoint.
I can cat call.
Do you have
or
any
cat call.
potions? Do you have any
I can
potions?
cat call. Ooh, baby, look at this.
Do you have any potions on you?
No, I think I always just take them from you.
That's a problem. We'll have to make sure you always have a stash.
You get expansion as a, ooh, that'll drop you down 2 more dexterity.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. I'll just
Take cover behind the halfling.
as large size. Large size. Am I still in it, like hampered by terrain here?
You are, but it's close enough now that you can charge attack. Oh, you can't charge through rough terrain, can you?
I don't know.
But your reach weapon is good enough that you could actually move up your 15 feet and hit it because it's moved pretty much the entire distance to where you are.
All right. Well, I will do that. I'll walk up and I'm bing.
And then you are able to make your attack roll. You have that 1 power point. Are you going to use it for inevitable strike, or are you just going to hold on to that?
Question. So if I use that for inevitable strike, inevitable strike stays in for 1 attack, or it stays until I hit?
1 attack. It's your next attack roll.
So if I, instead of attacking, prepared an attack, am I in this thing's range to hit me right now too?
You are both large size, but you have a reach weapon, so technically no.
Then I'm going to prepare an action, and I'm going to use inevitable strike and not swing, and that way I can use my sudden block and get a +5.
Let me just confirm how inevitable strike is phrased, which I believe is actually on your character sheet. So pop up an inevitable strike. It says, You get it into your next single attack. That does have a duration, not on where you have it written here. So let's read this. Pathfinder Inevitable Strike. So that part wasn't written there.
Because your next attack.
It says duration, see text, next attack, your next single attack. If it's made before the end of your of the next round. So you have to make an attack before the end of the next round.
Which, if it attacks me, would be in between.
Correct.
So I'll even taunt the goddamn thing while I'm walking at it. Behind you, ugly. Mortifer's very beat the fuck up again by goddamn insects.
Okay, so you prepare your action. You more or less wait for the creature to wait for the creature to act, and so on. And here, why don't we start?
All right. A good first episode for me. That was so fun.
A very action-packed one too.
I'm glad you enjoyed.
Action packed.
They're not always so combat heavy. This one was very combat heavy, which is
This is
great, and
probably
also,
the most combat heavy one we've had in Dark Sun. It's pretty much.
We've had some serious combat, but this one was like all combat. This was a big one.
Obsidian monsters. Well, thanks for joining us, Ethan. I'm excited
Yeah,
to
thank you
see
so
where
much.
Pudge is going to go in the future.
I'm never gonna remember his name now because Scott calls him something different every round.
Pudge is incredibly distinct. He stuck out immediately.
Listen, Trudge is a pretty cool guy.
But as always, if you guys enjoyed and you are a subscriber, you can watch the VODs right away, immediately after here on Twitch. If not, it'll be for free over on YouTube in 24 to 48 hours or so. We'll go around the room, people telling where you can find where you can find them, what they're doing for the week. This is an every other week show, so we'll be back not next Thursday, but the Thursday thereafter, I believe. But we'll obviously double check schedules. But we'll start with Wade. Wade, what's up, brother?
Hey,
Hey, Wade.
I'm Wade.
You are.
Lord Minion 777 on YouTube, Minion 777 on Twitch. I'm here every Wednesday, typically for we do what's the game? D&D. It's just D&D 5e something about
Return to
Epcot.
Faerun.
Yeah, we're in Eberron, not Epcot. Every other Thursday for Dark Sun. Typically every Tuesday I do a podcast with Mark and Bob. However, we couldn't this week, and I don't think we're doing it next week because I feel like I'm gone. We're gone.
We leave Monday. We're back Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm not here next Tuesday, so I will not be doing it then. But next Tuesday there is a really great charity event we're doing. We're going to do a 10-hour D&D campaign. If you're following us on Twitter, you'll be seeing that we're retweeting Roll for Charity. When do you guys want to link the Twitter for Roll for Charity?
Yep,
in the
sure.
chat?
I got
That'd
it.
be awesome. So come check that out. We're trying to raise money. We don't know exactly what the goal is, but it'll be somewhere between like $15,000-$25,000 we're trying to raise hopefully that day. And we have 3 of us, and we have who else is actually playing?
Barry Kramer is going to be there.
Yes, Barry, formerly Game Grumps Barry.
And who's the 4th person? Why am I not remembering? Bryce McQuaid is going to be there.
Yeah, I think it's Bryce's first D&D game too.
I think so.
Bryce's first game.
Yep.
So come support the charity next Tuesday. That'll be a lot of fun, and we're playing an entirely new cast of characters. You'll be introduced to 4 new characters, and we still have to deal with Scott's bullshit. So everyone will have a good time, except for the players.
Exactly.
And then what else? There was something else. Oh, Pivot is this month. If you guys are in the Cincinnati area, or you can make it to the Cincinnati area, May 16th, which is a Saturday.
I thought
Pivot.
it was the 18th.
May 18th, which is a Saturday. Come to Pivot. I've got a busy month. The 16th is a Thursday. Oh yeah, next Thursday will be weird because I'll have like 11 people in my house, but I'll still try to join for Dark Sun because I don't want to miss it. So with a full house of people stomping upstairs, I'll be back. But come to Pivot May 18th here in Cincinnati at Kings Island. It's a theme park. If you go to pivot.com, you can buy tickets. Tickets are expensive, but it's because you're buying entry to a theme park. Pivot itself for this preview event is completely free, but you still have to pay for the ticket. And I think it's discounted if you buy it through pivot.com to come to Kings Island, which has like 11 or 12 roller coasters and all kinds of fun stuff. So come to the convention. For the love of fucking God, please. That's it. That's it. I'm done talking now.
All right. We'll go over to Ethan. Ethan, as always, again, thank you for joining us for episode 1 and saying yes to
This is
checking
my
out some
first
D&D.
time playing a real D&D thing. It was so fun. In Pudge. Yeah.
I'm in love with Pudge,
Crank
don't worry.
Gameplays on the internet, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch, on everything. I'm Crank Gameplays. Yep.
There you
That's
go.
it.
Sweet.
That's all I have to
Scott,
say.
What
Normally
about you?
it's quick. I took forever this time because of the stuff going on. But yeah, follow Ethan. Give him some fucking love, you a-holes.
Oh, thanks.
I'm so nice to fans.
For every one new follow that Ethan gets from this, which there's no way to measure that, which would probably be Scott loses a follower. Is that a good trade? Do you like that?
Thank God.
I love it.
Equivalent exchange.
I
Scott.
love it.
I'm sorry. Are we still doing this? Wade was going for a long time. So there's a charity thing next week. Cool. But actually, we won't be playing on the 16th because the 16th I'll be in Los Angeles because I was
That's
invited by Wizards of the
right.
Coast to DM a campaign, another live at a table campaign over at Wizards of the Coast D&D Live 2019 Descent thing that they're doing. I'm DMing for a crew of 5 people. It's gonna be wicked awesome. It's called Enter the Darkness. That's what we named our campaign. It'll be a lot of fun. So totally check us out on both next week and like a week and a half after that for twitch.tv/D&D or twitch.tv/Daleric for the Los Angeles one, twitch.tv/roll for it. Roll for charity. There we go. For the one next week. So all that stuff is going to be wicked cool. Totally check those out. It's going to be a lot of fun. You can also find everything else I do on twitch.tv/Daleric, where I have my own homebrew campaign going on in Aurora. It's a Kingmaker campaign. Things have gotten interesting. But I feel bad. Literally, this last session was like literally a boss fight. And my power, like in the middle of the boss fight, we're talking like 10 minutes left in the session, about to finish the boss and kind of close out an important part. My house lost power.
No.
Oh.
We had to stop in the middle of a boss fight. I'm like, but we were going to, and they were so angry. So it's like got power gone for 45 minutes. Ugh. Anyways, that's that.
Quick question. Maybe we should talk about this off stream, but can you guys do the 23rd then? Do you guys want to do Thursday the 23rd to make, since we can't do this?
Thursday the 23rd.
Even the 9th, I think I can do maybe.
The 9th I can't because I'll be in Houston.
Oh, okay, then
But
23rd.
if we do the 23rd, I can do the 23rd and the 30th because I'll also be gone the 6th. So we could do the 30th like normal, but if you guys can do the 23rd, we could do back to back to make up for the week and still do our
I should be able to do that, but we'll work it for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Because then once
Actually,
June
23rd
hits,
we'll be back.
then June hits, like E3's coming and all this other nonsense.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna be
June's
that
gonna-
E3
every
this
month
year.
is crazy. May is
All
more
right.
crazy.
May is also nuts. All right. Well, I'm just Matt This Games. You can find me wherever. Thanks for watching, everybody. What?
30 minutes to say my spiel. You guys are like, I'm Wade. I'm Ethan.
We'll be back. We'll be back very soon. And make sure you check out that charity Twitter. It's in the description or in the chat. Go check it out. I'll link it in the description of the YouTube video as well. Again, Tuesday, 10-hour stream of pure D&D goodness. We'll see you then.
Shout out some love to Smudge. Bye.
Love to smudge.
Bye.